It's Monday, January 8th, 2024 at 11 p.m. Central Standard Time in Champaign, Illinois. Snowing outside, about to begin a big storm, and you're watching Co-op for Two. Today we're playing episode 11 of 12 from The Hidden Listener by CosyKiller, one of our most elaborate mystery games. Lots of thoughts, lots of opinions on the experience. Mixed. And today might be the real last big episode. I expect we're going to get a diary. Well, we'll either get a diary in today's box or the next box. If you look at the two boxes that we have remaining, there's a little bit of a hint on them. Here's box 11, contains connections. Box 12 says contains solution. So 11 is pretty heavy. 12 is a little light. So our plan is to play box 11 tonight and then have the finale and the discussion of our thoughts of the game tomorrow. If we finish today's box in under 2 hours, we may consider playing box 12 tonight as well. I don't know. Although it looks like the channel viewers are dropping like flies. Jonathan says it's going to be late. Matt says he has to catch up on episode 10. Anna says she's in bed and sick. Which leads us to a comment that Rob made on the Discord. He said he's afraid that we may be doing this game some injustice by playing it at such a rapid pace. It's meant to be played. Remember, originally this game would be subscription-based. You'd get a box each month. So really, you would play this game over the course of a year, and here we are playing it over the course of couple weeks. And are we doing this some injustice? And I think that's worth considering when we get to our review thoughts. For me, this is one of these games where I'm still churning through my thoughts about it, and I won't really know how I feel until we get to the very end. In fact, until I start to hear myself talk, sometimes I don't know how I feel about a game. But we are going to finish it today or tomorrow. All right, anything else to catch up on before we get started? In the Discord, so you know this channel has, in addition to the YouTube channel, there's a Board Game Geek Guild where there's a forum section and we plan what games to play next. And then there's a Discord where we just chat about random things, board games, and scheduling. And there's a lot of discussion going on about High and Low, the detective mystery game that I've been working on with others. In the Discord, there was some discussion about these cogs, some clever discussion, actually. And yesterday we got a bit of a code that I was clever enough to figure out meant that you probably connect these two gears in this way. We got a coded message in the newspaper that said something like this, Spring CUALGE, and we couldn't figure out what it meant. And I did figure out that this probably is telling us how to coordinate the gears. And this UALGE, which doesn't seem to make any sense, is actually UAL is on this gear and GE is on this gear. And we think this is the order of them. And then I speculated a little bit about how it's nice to have a code where you've got the alphabet here and the alphabet here, and then these are in different order. So you can encrypt this way and decrypt this way. And Nicola and others in the Discord said, Jesse, think about it for a second. The only thing that these three gears are doing, if you were just reading off these two gears at like some top position, the only thing these gears do is move this along one click at a time. So it's really not doing anything. It wouldn't matter how you set up these gears. If that was how you did it, read off from the top, say the top position to the top position, this whole thing would be useless. It would basically just be doing a Caesar shift of this. And obviously they are correct. The natural conclusion then was one suggested by Rob, and I think he's absolutely right. We were all talking about how we're going to get pegs for this eventually, we think. If not in today's box, in the next box. And Rob said, hey, wouldn't the natural thing to expect be that what we're going to get is a top plate with windows, like a grill, for each gear? So that after we put the top plate on this, there'll be one space showing on each gear. And then we'd get 5 letters at a time. Or maybe just one, whatever, a couple windows where you can see through a letter. And although that's, now that I think about it, that's a little bit problematic, isn't it? Because you're not going to be able to encode a word. That's not quite going to work. You certainly can't have a window for each gear, because you would never get you would never be able to spell out any word you want, because there's the letter E coming up on this window could only match with one other letter here. So it can't be a window on each cog spelling a word. I guess there could be a window on each cog, and you're meant to take the first letter from here, and then you turn and get the second letter here, third letter. So I guess there's still a little bit of a mystery of how this works. But it must be that we're going to read off letters from the different gears at different times to form a message. So we definitely do not have enough to solve this yet. It sounds like it might be kind of fun to use this at the end. And that seems like maybe that's how the finale is going to work. We do have a message that we believe was encoded using this system. This is the message we got. It's from Penny. Sorry, it's to Penny from Baker Street. I guess maybe Sherlock Holmes is there. And he sent a coded message. It's possible that the obvious way to read this is that Baker Street has sort of decoded this and sent it in code for Penny to decrypt. But an alternative explanation might be that Baker Street has been able to read this message from something. Let's say it was wrapped on some microfilm, but they don't know what it means, and only Penny and Lizzie have this device that they can use to decrypt it. I'm not sure about the details of that, but we'll get that in our finale. Okay, anything else to talk about before we get started? It doesn't look like there's anything more in the chat. Is there anything else I wanted to cover? Anna and Jonathan did write some notes in the YouTube comments. I'm not sure if we should go through these. Maybe let's just go through these quickly. Anna says, I read the first introductory letter. I forgot we were supposed to be Lizzie's closest living relatives. Got excited for a moment. I thought, are we her grandchildren? But then I remembered she supposedly died before our father could have been born. I don't understand that comment. Her death was fake, so couldn't she be plenty alive to have her baby? So I don't understand that comment. Continuing on. All right, lost our place here. I mean, it seems like, I don't know why we couldn't be our grandchildren. Her death was fake. We have no idea when she really died. And she says, Jesse had a good point earlier. Lizzie and Penny were informed about Operation Ezekiel on October 5th, so they should have known. Anna says they knew, but they should have known about the 12 names. Why aren't they freaking out about Carl on the list? That may be an oversight from the writers. To me, that is very odd. Why wasn't she constantly writing Penny that Carl is a spy? Isn't he? I don't know the answer to that. Maybe that's an oversight. Maybe they weren't briefed in on who. Maybe the top commanders decided not to brief them in. We don't have any hard evidence that they saw the list of suspects. But they seem to be ruling people out. So they do seem to have access to the suspect list. But maybe Kendrick and Townsend said, give them the suspect list, but don't give them Carl, because they're dating. You would think, though, however, let's just be realistic for a second. If you're running an operation to hunt down a mole, and one of your chief suspects is the boyfriend, fiance of one of your investigators, you would immediately screech the record to a halt and say, not only is Lizzie off the hunt, but she's on the list of suspects because she could be working with her boyfriend. It would be insanity to have the fiance doing a spy hunt for a mole of her fiance. That would be the most insane thing as an investigative team to ever let happen. You would immediately be fired and suspected of trying to cover it up. So there's that. We'll have to put that aside. We'll have to suspend disbelief for that. Let's see. Now, and it continues. On that note, if they suspected Carl of being a spy, why did they pick him for the super important op? Wasn't there anyone else as well qualified? I agree. Once you're suspected of being the spy, you would not be picking that person for sensitive information. But they didn't have some choice, or maybe the information was isolated. They didn't know about it. Or maybe they thought, this is a good opportunity. We'll kill two birds with one stone. We'll put him on this mission that takes him out of town and keeps a close eye on him, and he can't do any harm. Okay, I was reading the false information they planted on to the spy. Haybitch impregnated a local whore. I know we thought Haybitch is the false info here because it was Vogel, but could it be that the preparation of Lizzie and Haybitch's mission? Because now we know that Lizzie is pregnant, and is poor Lizzie the local? I don't think so. I don't 100% understand this. I know what Anna's talking about. We heard that they gave the spy false information. I can't remember if that was in this box or the last one. But it's not in this. It's not in this box, but I don't know the answer to that. And then it says, concerning Lizzie's baby, Lizzie writes, 1944, Stefan is afraid to make a move on his own. That's interesting. I didn't remember that. Elle is pregnant since May at least, so how could it be Stefan's baby? Why had Lizzie had to tell him it's not his? Lizzie tells us in a letter that she tells him it's not his because this is too important a thing to lie about, even if her boss wants her to lie to him. So we know why she told him the truth, because she thought it was too important not to. It's hard to know when she got pregnant, though, so that's a little tricky. It is a reasonable question. When is she sleeping with Stefan if she felt like she had to tell him it's not his? But maybe it's just a matter of she knows it couldn't be his because of the date, but he doesn't know how far along she is, so she still has to tell him it's not hers. Petiol says, Anna's point is that Haybitch and Lizzie haven't gotten together at the point she says that. Is that true? When does she say she had to tell Haybitch it's not his? Let me see. I don't know if it's going to be so easy to find it. Okay, here she is. 10th of August. She's starting to show. She says, I'm prepared to do my duty. Something like this matters too much to lie about. So she says, I told Haybitch that it wasn't his. Something, I believe that's what we think it says here. Somewhere she says, I told H. Getting bigger every day. I have told H it's not his. Okay, so by August, the idea is she must be sleeping with him. And I don't remember if that is that invalid. Is it impossible for her to be sleeping with him at that point? I'm not sure when she says he hasn't made a move. This letter 1945 or 1944? I don't know. There's no year on it. But surely it's 1944. When does she say she's pregnant? Wizzy tells him it's not his in the summer. Maybe it's 1945 then. Okay, December they're together. Okay, so is it possible that that's a 1945 letter? Now you guys have me confused. It can't be August 1945, can it? Because Carl's dead by July 1944. So that doesn't make sense. Carl died in May. Okay, so it can't be that letter. That letter where she's pregnant has to be 44. All right. So you guys are complaining that it can't be. Why does she tell Hey Bitch it's not his? Because by August she wasn't sleeping with Hey Bitch. So maybe she did have an affair with Hey Bitch? Where is her thing about guilt? She does say in a letter about guilt. Maybe. So maybe she did have a one-night affair with Hey Bitch. Maybe that's what the guilt that she talks about was. Pet Jill says, maybe Hey Bitch is really naive and doesn't know how babies are made. Didn't we decide, there's a point where she says she feels guilt, right? And we assumed it was from being a madam, but maybe she actually did have a one-night affair with Hey Bitch. And we're going to learn about that in her diary. Maybe she hasn't even told Penny. That would make sense, wouldn't it? So she had an affair with Hey Bitch even while she was dating Carl. But then how does she know it's not Hey Bitch's? We're engaged. But the engagement came afterwards, right? Carl's dead in May. Okay, where's the bad incident? It happened in April, right? Let me see here. Things between Carl and I. Here's the letter where the blow up happened. 13 April. Okay. Life has become complicated. Carl and I will never be the same. I was surprised if he ever speaks to me again. Gone is the innocence. Knowing what I do, will he ever want to see me again? The secrets between us were protecting us both, but he knows everything now. I quit thinking about him meeting me in such circumstances unprepared. Do you think he'll ever forgive me? It comes to something when even an air raid would have been welcome. Okay, so we were thinking that Carl and Lizzie ran into each other at the brothel and he was shocked to find her a madam. But maybe what's happened is he's found out she slept with Haybitch. Is that possible? And then after he dies, after Carl dies, she does mention she can't look Haybitch in the eye. Where does she say that? Here. She's studying Carl. No, already she's fine with Carl at this point. She wishes she died. So somewhere she says she can't look Haybitch in the eye. But when is that? Is that before Carl dies? No, I think it makes sense. Maybe he found out. I mean, we're going to hear about in the diary. We're sure we're going to hear about it in the diary. So maybe we shouldn't kill ourselves trying to find it. But it would be nice to find that part where she said she can't look Stefan in the eye. Let me see. But boy, that puts a different light on Lizzie, doesn't it? If she slept with him before Carl disappeared. Puts her in a more, she doesn't look as good. Would she do that? Would Lizzie sleep with Haybitch? All right, let's put this aside now. We'll hear about it in the diary, but I would like to hear from the audience. And everyone thinks that there must be some secret message in his eyes. Let me ask before we get started. Do people... It seems logical that she slept with Haybitch before Carl went on his mission. But does the audience really think that she would do that? Is that possible? Perry thinks she did it for country. I don't think that's right. They had plenty of trained prostitutes doing the sleeping with men. She did not need to do this, and she could have said no. Seems to me that the trained women are picked specifically because they're not married, they don't have kids. It wouldn't be the worst thing. Probably they've been prostitutes already. All right, well, let's come back to this. There was the fight between Lizzie and Carl, but it's still very out of character for her. It's true, there was the fight. It would be easier to swallow if she told Penny we had a fight and we broke up. But they didn't break up. She was just waiting for him to apologize. All right, well, we may have put that on our to-do list that we may want to return to that and try to figure it out. But for now, let's just open the next box because maybe all those questions will be answered if we have a new diary. It is pretty heavy. I see. It looks like it's items for our cog and a diary. All right, here we go. I'm very pleased to enclose Elizabeth's diary from 1944, as mentioned in my previous letter. The National Archives have agreed to release this document into your care. Found a couple of small inserts in the diary, which we have sent with it. Our team also located several nuts and bolts, which they believe fit the cogs previously sent to you. They requested I forward these on to you as well. The research team believe they are coming to the end of the released documents related to Elizabeth Phillips' time at Latimer House. Any further documents are likely to remain classified under the Official Secrets Act for a few more years. It is with this in mind they have suggested that we conclude our inquiries for now. I have asked they collate all remaining correspondence and documents this month, and I will forward these to you next month. So we're being told this is it. This is it, but there's this. She says, this is the end of the released documents, but all remaining correspondence and documents this month, and I will forward them to you. So in one, this sentence seems to suggest that's it. There's nothing more. This one seems to say we got one more month. It's not clear whether we're going to get just a solution next month or more evidence next month. I can't tell, but we've definitely got something serious this month. So we've got a whole bag of nuts and bolts that have burst open a bit, but it's clear they're for assembling our cogs. So let's put this away. We'll do that in a bit. And then we've got a diary. And then she said in the diary are some inserts. Okay, so it's a big diary. So here was her 1943. Here's 1944. It's completely full, so we're going to have quite a bit of time reading this. So settle yourself in. Let's see. We've got one insert, two inserts, three inserts. Looks like three inserts. Let's remember to write down when we encounter them. All right, so get your tea, get your coffee, settle in. We're going to be spending the evening reading through her diary. It's a pretty substantial amount of writing that went into these two diaries. All right. Where did we leave off in the 1943 diary? Let's see. Let's remind ourselves. Carl off for New Year. I'm writing last entry early. Plan to be with Carl for midnight, at which point we'll need a new diary. Okay. That came in the sixth box. So halfway through we got diary one. Now we're getting the second diary. Okay, so she's starting here, January. Slept in after a riotous night. Mood at the base is optimistic for the first time in what seems like years, and the dancing went on into the small hours. Haven't seen Carl all day, but we plan to meet at church tomorrow. January 2nd, Sunday. Went to church, saw Carl, too cold to picnic, but we had lunch together in the canteen, and then played chess after lunch. Had a short stroll around the valley and up to see the horses before returning for tea. Remember that he dies somewhere in May, halfway through this. January 3rd, back to work with a bump, as there weren't any Jasmine transcripts to deal with. Townsend allocated me to reading and filing transcripts from the last few days. Mood is not as buoyant among the prisoners, though some still optimistic about the Führer's chances a victory. January 4th, on general listening duty, recognized a few voices from Jasmine. Seems strange listening in on them, talking to their colleagues instead of talking to them myself. Spent the evening with Carl in the canteen. My chess is improving, apparently. January 5th, some POWs from the Scharnhorst arrived today. Carl has gone back into the rooms, and I won't see him again for 10 to 14 days, depending on how the interrogations go. Started on another pair of socks for him for something to do. January 6th, Jasmine will be operational this weekend. Reviewed files of guests and ensured the right staff were available this weekend. Townsend instituted new flagging system for LCS. I wonder who comes up with the code names. Not sure what LCS is. Maybe the channel can guess. January 7th, Friday. Dorothy a bit miffed that Neely and I are both working at Jasmine without her. Neither of us have talked about it with her, but she knows we both work away the same weekends and that I have something to do with it. She feels left out. January 8th, Saturday. Had a quiet word with Neely about Dorothy. She agrees Dorothy is best not involved. She's very religious and would not be the best recruit for Jasmine. Besides, I need eyes and ears at Latimer if I'm going to be of any use to Ezekiel. That's the operation to catch the spy. January 9, Sunday. Had an interesting conversation with General Habich today. I think he's ready. Kendrick will conduct a meeting with him personally next week. Okay, they're already getting him ready for this operation to send him back to Germany with a new baby and wife, I guess. Do we need to look at our timeline to know what we're looking for? Let's look at our 1944 timeline. February 4th, Lizzie has her fight with Carl. 1944 March, Carl starts his mission. April 13, there's the scene at the Jasmine house. April 15, Carl and Ursula talk. May 25th, Lizzie and Carl's engagement. He was wounded. June 28th, Carl's funeral. July, they have information to plant with the spy. So presumably they've identified the spy by July, perhaps. I wonder if Lizzie got pregnant in June. He dies later that month. They get engaged in May. She gets pregnant in early June. He dies and she sleeps with Habich. That would make the pregnancy with Habich, that would make the time frame conceivable that Habich is the father, but she knows that it's certain it was with Carl. The only thing that disagrees with that is the chat thinking that she said Habich hasn't made a move yet. That's the only thing pushing us to think that she slept with him before the fight. But it seems to me, doesn't it much more likely that she slept with him after Carl died, soon after Carl died? That's why there's this ambiguity about who's the father. Okay. Let's go back. Carl, still in the room, spent the day writing up the weekend's report. There was a lot of talk about the Scharnhorst and the new arrivals at Latimer and Trent Park, but not a great deal of intel. Scharnhorst was a true, was a ship that was sunk, a German battleship maybe? January 11, Penny visited today. Kendrick says the messaging service is not to be trusted. Suggests we change codes regularly and avoid obvious codes in our letters. The censors have caught a few. We need to up our game. January 12th, spent the morning reviewing staff records, creating a list of who worked at Latimer at the times of the murders. Townsend convinced it's someone with access to the M rooms, which rules out anyone not in CSDIC. This could help us eliminate someone. I'm just going to make a note. January 12th. This does sort of go against my theory that they think the spy and the murderer are the same person. So they're hunting the one same person. January 13th, saw Carl being marched past by a couple of soldiers. He gave me a wink as I passed. Anything more would be unprofessional. January 14th, played Neely at chess this evening. She says, I've improved. We're traveling into London on the early morning train tomorrow. Townsend says there are new recruits joining us on Monday. He has asked that I run the induction for them. January 15th, Saturday. Mila not available this weekend, and General Belts treated Helena abominably. He says he's become quite attached to Mila and sees no need to be polite to anyone else. I'll be interested to review the transcripts on Monday. There was a lot of hot air between the two men today. What two men? January 16th. We had a new general today. He wasn't comfortable spending time with a girl alone, and so we had a game of cards while his companion availed himself of the facilities. He had apparently been talked into the visit. His English was very good, and he had no trouble conversing with us all. Is that? No, it's not Habich. She's already met Habich. Who is this other general then? We've been assuming H is Habich. Is it possible H is someone else? No, she referred to Stefan. Okay. January 17, Townsend called in while I was reviewing transcripts. Kendrick wanted specific report on General Von Enns. Gut instinct. Would he turn? Hard to say from just one meeting. Wrote up a report as best as I could for the courier to take down to London. That's the person they want to have escape. Arrived at my desk to find Kendrick had sent a courier over this morning with details of conversation involving Von Enns at Trent Park. The information is still sketchy. Listeners only record relevant conversations or we would be drowning in paper. Asked Townsend if it were possible to visit Trent Park for a day to listen. Wednesday the 19th. Been allocated listening duties at Trent Park for the next 2 days. Asked Townsend why the rush on this particular general. She said Messpot was picking up pace and they needed information to get back to Germany through trusted sources. So they're talking about Operation Messpot, where they want to plant information, send fake information to Germany, and they're saying they need to do this right away, and it has to come from someone they trust. January 20, been given accommodation at Trent Park again for a few days. Carl was due to come off duty today, but I've had to leave a note for him with Dorothy. New Year seems a lifetime ago, but I should count myself lucky. Most sweethearts wave their men off and expect never to see them again. January 21, wrote up my report on Von Enns. Although I have only met him once, there's something about him I do not trust. January 22nd, another weekend at Jasmine. Spent my off hours trying to write a letter to Penny that will pass the censors. She's much better at creating codes than I am, possibly due to where she works. The censors would be sure to spot a fully coded document. These probably correspond to letters we've read where she hid stuff in the sewing patterns. January 23, looking forward to spending time with Carl tomorrow. He should be off duty a few more days yet while they review my current residence. He'll be back on duty when the next prisoner transport arrives. In the past diary, I was keeping track of Carl's whereabouts to see if he could have been doing any of the murdering, but I'm not going to worry about it now. 24 Monday. Carl showed me some of the sketches he's done during his off hours. He's a very idealized picture of me in his head. Said we should get some photos done so he had something real to remember me by rather than his flawed memory. I think we're going to get photos before the end of this case. 25 Tuesday. Finally finished off a letter to Penny. She makes it seem so easy writing in acrostics. I've added the spot we've agreed on to mark it as a communique rather than just a letter. I've added the spot we've agreed on to mark it as a communique. Okay, so she's saying we could go back and check records that when she mentions a certain spot, that's how you know it's got a secret code in it. That might be useful for us to look at those letters and see what spot is she talking about. Short message lead to very weird letters, though. We'll need to write again with proper news. It might have been smart for us to catalog all the letters and when they arrived and maybe sort them all into one pile instead of keeping them in boxes. It would be easier for us to check this stuff. January 26th, Townsend called me into her office today to provide an update on Ezekiel. We have ruled out 4 of our main suspects now. That leaves 5 more. At least I have confirmation Carl is not under suspicion now. What does that mean? That's confusing. If we look at if we keep track, so I started keeping track at some point when people were ruled out. We've got someone ruled out April 13, 1944, someone ruled out May 6, 1944. Apparently, Lizzie is saying that Carl has been ruled out. Now, is that because Townsend is lying to her that Carl is ruled out? Or is this telling us Carl is really ruled out? That's a little confusing. This gets to our question about Lizzie investigating her fiance. I don't remember where our list is. This case has been a good vehicle for pointing out all our weaknesses and taking notes, because you can see some of them come into play. I mean, it's hard to really be expected to keep notes on everything, but you can see why our motto about the notes solving the case is so difficult to actually it's difficult to take notes and know what's going to be relevant. But like right now, what I would like to know is, when did that list have Carl's name on it? Okay, well, the original list is from 1942. We just saw it recently, but here we go. So 1942, he was on the list. This diary seems to suggest that by January 44, he's off the list. I don't know if we should mark him off, but I certainly know that we need to make a note of it. What does the audience think? January 26, 1944. Lizzie thinks Carl is off the list. Is he really off the list? Or is she just been told he's off the list? What does the chat think? And then I did want to note possible spies. I'm going to say list from 1942, which is box 9. No, it wasn't box 9. It was box 8. One of the number 1 tips, box 8. One of the number 1 advanced tips that is hard to get yourself to be disciplined enough to do, but I have found it to be the case in all games that are substantial, is you really need to annotate information with where you found it. Because what happens is you write down something like, this person is cleared, or this happened, we're convinced this person did X, or is alibied for this day. And then a week goes later, you check your notes and you say, wait a second, is that right? Or how do we know that? Maybe we need to have another look at it. And you haven't recorded where you got that information. Then you have to hunt. And it's hard and not fun to hunt for it. So it's very hard to force yourself to do it, but it's very useful when you're taking notes and you get some information to write down where you got that information so that you can go and double check it. That's a good little tip for investigating things in general. Let's see. DJ Moneycut says, she said they ruled out 4, there were 5 left. Yeah, we should write that down too. What happened to the other suspects? So let's see. She ruled out 4, there are 5 left. Well, let's look. If we look at our list, and Carl is ruled out, says 5 left. We know they haven't yet ruled out Cupers. They haven't yet ruled out Ludo. And then there's Stefan and Gunther. We know we don't think they've ruled out. Well, we're not sure. Now, these other rules out here, we haven't recorded the date. So we cannot answer that question because our notes aren't good enough to tell us when they were ruled out. So, unfortunately, we can only identify 2 people that were still on the list as of January 26th. There's another 3 that we don't know yet. We'll have to figure out. Autumn says the spot thing they're talking about is this ink stain on the letter. Okay, good. I'm not sure they actually do mark the beginning and the end, but I think you're absolutely right. When she says, I've added the spot we've agreed to, Autumn is absolutely right. She's talking about the physical ink spot. Okay, good catch. Good catch. All right, let's see. We've ruled out 4 of our main suspects now. That leaves 5 more. Kendrick plans to bring Von Enns back to Jasmine this weekend, but we'll meet with him. This is a little bit of anticlimactic. If we really believe this now, Carl is not the spy, and we can all relax. But we're not really sure it's to be believed. Kendrick plans to bring Von Enns back to Jasmine this weekend, but we'll meet with him in person when the other general leaves with one of our operatives. He thinks the lounge of Jasmine is more conducive to a meeting than an interrogation room at Latimer. Okay, and now the chat wants my attention. Dorian says, Jesse, check the audio. We lost it a minute ago. And it says the problem is we're jumping back and forth in time. Okay, is my audio okay now? Dorian says, never mind, it's a problem on my side, apparently. Okay, no problem. All right, that's okay. That's why we have that light system, so we can address issues right away. I'm glad that the light is working. Friday, the 28th of January. 2 new generals planned for Sunday have selected the operatives based on appearances closest to their known mistresses in Germany. Aberfeldy was right. They aren't all blonde hair, blue eyes. Tastes, it seems, don't necessarily match the Fuhrer's ideals. 29 January. Kendrick apparently had a positive meeting with Von Enns. I still do not trust him, but Kendrick says he's exactly what Messpot needs, the planting of fake information, I think Messpot was. January 30. The men were talking about their Lebensborn children. I do not know how they have become so brainwashed. This seems good to them. This is the children with the Aryan dating service that they don't have to parent. They're just creating more Aryans. I think of all those children in the homes, I wonder how they must feel. January 31. Carl back in the M room, so I spent the evening at the base going over notes for Ezekiel and reviewing the remaining suspects. Knowing Gretchen was part of Ezekiel's team helped. Her death must be connected somehow, which means she had to be getting close. February 1st. Offered to review transcripts from M room, listening today as I had nothing else to do. The generals are talking about those rockets again. It seems our raid on Peenemünde didn't halt progress as much as we hoped. February 2nd. Dorothy took Neely and I out for dinner in Chalfont. It was a nice treat and a change from the base canteen. Halfway through the meal, Dorothy slipped her hand into her purse and came out with a ring on it. What a way to tell us she got engaged. Thursday, February 3rd. Told Carl about Dorothy's engagement. I think he thought I was dropping a hint. I wasn't. We had our first row, and I returned to my bunk and cried into my pillow. Neely took me to the canteen for cocoa to cheer me up. This is their fight. January 4th. I avoided Carl today. I know he's off duty, but I made sure I wasn't in any of his usual haunts. DJ Moneycut says, not under suspicion may be different than not the spy. John says, Jesse, to clarify, I think the point was Lizzie seems to be implying there were only 9 suspects and 4 had been eliminated, but the original list of suspects had 12. I see. So we're 3 eliminated before Lizzie even joined the spy hunt. Maybe she's just saying there were 9 left at that point. Or not 9 left. She's gotten rid of 5. I don't know. Maybe it's since the last time she thought about it. Could we put a note in the to-do list? Okay, let's put a note in the to-do list. And maybe it's time for a little bit of break. I can see I'm getting a little overwhelmed with all this. Okay, I'm going to put a note. By January 26th, talk of 9, only 9 on suspect list, but original 1942 list had 12. Maybe that explanation is it. Is it not simply the fact that by the time Lizzie joined, there were 9? But then Jonathan's saying, I guess, how would we know which other 3 were cleared? I'm not sure how to answer that or if it's relevant. Why don't we take a break? I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I apologize for being so. If I seem a little short with the channel or criticizing the note taking, I'm not. The criticism is not towards anyone else but myself regarding the note taking. I get angry at myself for not recording details when I should. So any harshness I have about note taking is directed towards myself, not to anyone else. And I think you're definitely seeing a little bit of the touchiness that comes when being overloaded with information, which is what we are here. I'm not sure the best strategy for that, except maybe our first pass through the diary, we shouldn't get too hung up with details that could very well be explained later or be insignificant. Maybe a good strategy is make the first pass at a reasonable clip, don't get thrown off track, make notes if there's something you want to come back to, and then circle back for a second pass to look for important details. That's sort of what we normally do with the Dear Holmes Sunday sessions, rather than get sidetracked, try to go through it and note and then come back. So maybe we'll try to do that a little bit better. Okay. Let's go. Generals were talking about the rockets. They took us out to dinner. She pulled out her finger. It had a ring on it. I avoided Carl today. Did we finish reading this? Neely took me to the canteen for cocoa to cheer me up. I avoided Carl today. I know he's off duty, but I made sure I wasn't in any of his usual haunts. He can stew for the weekend. He owes me an apology. I did nothing wrong. February 5th. Apparently, I'm transparent when it comes to love. Everyone at Jasmine spotted something was up the moment they arrived. Eventually, Ursula got it all out of me, and I ended up snuffling into Anna's hanky. We went out for cake. February 6th, Sunday. General Haybitch visited again today. We played a few hands of rummy, and he asked me what was wrong. Kendrick always said the best lies were the truth, so I told him. It was most conciliatory. He seemed ready for Kendrick. I'll report the same on Monday. February 7. Carol back in the M rooms. Neely said he caught up with her at the weekend to ask what he could do to repair our relationship. She suggested several things, but an apology being the main one. I can imagine that conversation. Neely is quite forthright. February 8. Reviewed transcripts from weekend. It seems strange reading back the conversations General Haybitch and I had together about Carl. None of them are relevant and will undoubtedly be filed ready for shredding, burning, or whatever it is they do to worthless transcripts. February 9. Saw Carl briefly. He looks exhausted. He didn't see me. Dorothy says he's in room 13. The man in there snores terribly. Serves him right. Neely asked if I'll give him a Valentine's Day card. I'm not sure. I'm still cross with him. February 10, spent today reviewing mess pot plans with Townsend. They plan to use Von Enns to provide misinformation. It's up to us to facilitate his escape from Latimer without him realizing it's all planned. Okay, that's our mess pot. February 11, finally, I've been in the tunnel. It came out where I suspected, in the churchyard at the little gate. However, there is a second tunnel branching off the first that comes out much further away, nearer the river. It's the obvious escape route from Latimer. Just going to make a little note here about tunnel details. Because remember, there's a spotting of someone in the tunnel in the graveyard that might be related to our murders at some point. February 12. Von Enns back at Jasmine today. Although he's very congenial, I can see the darkness in him. So could Ursula, the girl he chose to bed this evening. I don't like him. Bought a Valentine's Day card in Piccadilly. Haven't written it yet. Not sure whether I will. February 13. Kendrick popped in this afternoon to talk about plans for Von Enns. We need to leak information on the tunnel to him so it doesn't seem to come from us. The obvious route is through a careless conversation during his time here. We've heard about the other details of this. February 14. Got back to my bunk today to find a bar of chocolate and an apology note, a Valentine's Day card, and a picture of some flowers. Best he could do, apparently, given the war and the fact that it's February and nothing is in bloom. February 15. Carl off duty until Thursday. We are making up for lost time and have spent every hour we aren't working together. Took a walk today despite the cold and spent some time kissing underneath one of the elms near the river. The large trunk afforded the best shelter from the wind. Now she's written this one in a curve. I really should write to Penny and tell her Carl and I have made up. We talked seriously about the future and becoming engaged, and I told him I wanted to wait until the war was over. Didn't want to rush things like that. February 17, you've got to love Churchill and his attention to public relations. Messspot has been renamed Fortitude. At least I can tell our children I was involved in something that sounds exciting rather than sounding like a stubborn stain. February 18, Friday. Read yesterday's entire entry back. Children. Goodness. I am thinking ahead. Oh, because she's mentioned she could tell her children and she sees it and she realizes, uh-oh. My mind is going to marriage and children. Would Carl make a good father? I think so. Hard to believe we were fighting just a few days ago. I will see if I can finish off his socks this weekend. February 19. The girls spotted I was happier this weekend, though I think it was Carl's socks that gave it away. I had stopped knitting them before. February 20, Sunday. Aberfeldy brought 3 generals today. Zoe has rather taken a fancy to him. I told her his title was made up, but she said he wears it rather well. She stayed with me, chatting to him while the generals were otherwise engaged. I see. She's talking about Aberfeldy. Zoe, this girl likes Aberfeldy. And she said, he's not a real lord. He made it up. She doesn't care. February 21. Transcript from Jasmine flagged for LCS. If Fortitude works, hopefully they will move their forces away from Normandy. What do we think LCS is? It's the military arm. February 22, spent the evening with Carl. It was unreasonably clear skies for February, and he brought several blankets from the NAAFJ to curl up under so we could stargaze, though very little stargazing went on. Hint, hint. February 23, we've broken 2 of Mother's rules today. It was far too cold to take anything off, though. I hadn't realized it could get so hard. Dorothy laughed at me when I told her. Okay, well, her mother's rules, we should double check what they had to do with don't be naked, don't something else. But it sounds like she's had her first little sexual encounter with her clothes on. Unless I'm misunderstanding this. February 24, rain today. Carl and I stayed at the canteen and played Monopoly with Fred and Rosa. I lost. I always lose at Monopoly. It's not my favorite game, but Carl likes it. February 25, Friday. Wrote to Penny and posted it on my way to London. Hannah is on her monthly, so I have moved Iga into the lineup this weekend. Aberfeldy will be bringing 2 generals from Latimer, and General Habich will be joining us from Trent Park. February 26, Saturday. General Habich asked after Carl, and I told him things were patched up. He seemed genuinely pleased, though said he was sorry for his sake. I think he was flirting. He went with Helena today, but she said they didn't do anything other than talk. February 27, Sunday. Kendrick called in. I told him General Habich had left with Helena yesterday. He said good. Apparently Habich has agreed to work for us now. They're testing his resolve in following simple requests. So now we knew Habich was working for them eventually, but now we're getting the play-by-play of how when he started working for them. February 28th, I read the transcript from Jasmine carefully. Habich revealed nothing to Helena. He does not know we are all working for intelligence. Okay. 29 February, met with Kendrick, Moore, Townsend, and Menzies. These are all the higher ups here. There will be dummy fortifications and equipment along the coast. The Fuhrer must believe Calais is the destination. Kendrick proposed General von Enns. Okay, so this is their plan to let him escape and report back that Calais is the invasion site, not Normandy. March 1st. Kendrick plans to move General von Enns to Latimer to join General Habich. I think this is a bad idea. Habich is only newly recruited. He needs more time before he can be used against his own side. She's having some doubts about Habich. March 2nd, Carl is back off duty today. The last POW transport only had a handful of high-level prisoners. None were trained to resist interrogation. Fred has the remaining one with him, but Carl thinks he'll be off duty tomorrow as well. Okay. I was just trying to see if we have a Fred left on our list, but we don't at this point. March 3rd, Carl traveled into London with me. We had a meal out and window shop before he returned. He was upset I wouldn't show him where I worked, but I said it was top secret. It didn't make it any better, though. Saturday, March 4th, thought about Carl all day. Jasmine work very routine now. March 5th, 3 more generals today, a mix of Trent Park and Latimer House. Kendrick's planning something. I wish he would tell me what this is building up to. EJ Moneycut says, London controlling section. Seems they were in charge of deceptive operations linked to Torch and Fortitude. Anna remembered the mother's instructions. Okay, let's see. Don't lie down. Don't take off your clothes. Don't touch anything you haven't got. So she broke 2 of those. She did lie down and she did touch something that she hasn't got. That's just a very funny way to just say, don't touch anything you haven't got. Okay, so she doesn't know about the plan to plant the babies, I don't think. Saw Carl today, March 6th. He wasn't working the rooms, but meeting Kendrick. We met up later, but he wouldn't tell me what it was about. Top secret was all he would say. Touché. So this is where Carl's getting recruited into the help of the Von Enns fake escape. March 7th, Tuesday. Heard from Penny. 1 more suspect cleared. Was with his family at time of the first murder. This has reduced the list to 7 now. Hopefully we should be able to identify the mole soon. Okay, now, this is very important. This is absolutely essential clue here. Now, why is that so important? You tell me, why is that a critically important clue? In fact, this may be the most important clue we've seen this entire game in terms of our task. It confirms something we've been thinking about, but it's absolutely critically important for us for the rest of our sessions together, the rest of the game. That entry seems to me the most important moment we've had over all of our sessions. Jonathan says, I'm more confused now. I thought we were already down to 5. Now we're at 7. Okay, well, leaving that aside, though. Leaving that aside, although maybe that's related to what I'm thinking. The list has reduced the list to 7 now. You're right. That's confusing. Now, well, maybe Jonathan is making me think I've got something slightly wrong. But okay. I was going to say something slightly different, but list size. Okay, well, I guess depending on how you interpret that list size, you've got two different issues. Okay. So I see two possibilities, but no one is chiming in why I'm saying that's the most important clue. Anna says it's a bug, I think. I tend to agree with Anna, although maybe Lizzie has got the list compartmentalized in her head in two different ways. But why did I say this is the most important lead we've gotten in the whole thing? Let's look at it again. Heard from Penny, one more suspect cleared, was with his family at time of first murder. This has reduced the list to 7 now. Hopefully we should be able to identify them all soon. Okay, now, why do I think this is the most important clue lead that we've encountered in our entire set? And in fact, we're going to have to go find that letter. Now, why do I say that? And is getting to what I'm saying, but let's be a little more explicit. What has happened here? What does this lead tell us? What do we know that they don't know yet? This is absolutely essential and subtle and beautifully done. Perry says the spy is the murderer, the Russian note. I think you guys are understanding me, but you just don't want to, you're not saying it very clearly in the comments, in the chat. I don't know why. Maybe you're not, maybe you're identifying a problem, but you're not saying what I'm saying. I don't know why. Let me just say it then clearly. They have alibied someone based on that person not being around during the murder, the first murder. But we know that the first murder was not done by the spy. That means the person they think has an alibi for not being the mole doesn't have an alibi for not being the mole. Because you can't use the fact that they weren't there for the murder to rule them out. It's not a valid alibi for not being the mole, because the mole did not commit the first murder. So it seems to me that we need to find who was eliminated on March 7th and not trust that elimination. That alibi is no good. Anna's saying, well, maybe you got to go deeper and you should say that none of the list is reliable. I don't know. I think we could read into this as saying they've identified one person who was not around during the murder. And that's the only person they're eliminating based on that first murder. So I think it's not a guarantee that this is our murderer, but this seems like this absolutely could be our clue about the murderer being different than the spy. This person is not the murderer, but very well could be the spy. So Perry says, so how do we know who this was? Well, because she heard from Penny, one more suspect cleared. So we need to find the March 7 letter from Penny and find the one person who wasn't on site during the murder. And that person was improperly cleared from being the mole. Doesn't mean they're the mole, but they were improperly cleared. So let's find the 7 March letter from Penny that clears it. It will be from 1944. Okay, so it's not... Is it this letter? No, it can't be the April letter because it had to be before. All right, well, we don't have a letter that's coded. We don't have a... Okay, so I've got a note here that says ruled out Ludo Jansing. And it's floating around, not attached to a message. So now what? I have to now, because of bad note taking, did we record here when Ludo was ruled out? Ruled out twice, once May 6th. Okay, so he was ruled out before that, but we didn't record when, so we don't know. We do have an April and a May. This looks like this was probably, this is the ruled out Jansing. So she's ruled out 2 people in May and April, which is what we've got on our notes here. So we actually do have those recorded. April and May, that's the ruling out of Joseph and Ludo. But here, this says, heard from Penny, 1 more suspect cleared. January, March 7th. But where is that correspondence? Do we have a 1944 correspondence in another box? And it says, wait, did Penny rule him out because she knows about the Russian note? I mean, it's possible that I'm just completely reading too much into it, and it's going to be very weird if the whole If the whole found dead body, if the mole really is the murderer, that would be crazy. Okay, now here is a letter. I'm still trying to find the letter she's talking about. Here is a letter where Eric Kruger was ruled out. From Penny to Lizzie, but undated. Do we have any? There was one letter in here. Another handwritten correspondence from Penny. April 1944 was this letter. March 1944 was this document. April. So could it be this letter they're talking about? Could this be the letter where they've ruled out Eric? But I think it can't, because didn't they change names of operations? When did they change the operations names? We don't know. It's too hard to find all this. Getting to be too much. I need to find out when they changed the operations names. Oh, wait, we know in the diary. She said Churchill, got to hand it to Churchill. So February 17, he's changed the names. So probably this isn't the message from March 7th, because it wouldn't use this code word. And we got multiple redundant ways to get rid of Eric, remember? Chat says, if the mole found the body right away, we can rule out the person who was with their family. Okay, but we don't know that the mole found the body right away, so that's not, can't be used by us. It's not useful information. Because the letters are spread out everywhere, we don't have a easy way to try to locate a 1944 March letter. Maybe if we had arranged every letter chronologically outside of the boxes, maybe we would have had a better chance at it. Maybe if we had kept track of when each person was ruled out, we would have a better chance at it. I suppose we could go back. We do have our list of people that we ruled out, but we didn't record when. But so here's someone that was ruled out on a piece of paper in our 1943 diary, which we recorded somewhere where it came from. This ruled this person out. This ruled this person out. Are there dates? No. Did we record where we got these inserts? Yes. We'd have to go search for that. I guess I'm going to fill this in to at least note that they're not where we got this information. So Eric Kruger, Friedrich Kruger. Okay, I'm just going to say 1943 diary note. It's Friedrich Kruger. And Frederick Krauss was same thing, 1943 diary note. But then we haven't noted, but we should have, that Eric Kruger got ruled out separately sometime in future. We didn't record where, so we can't follow up on that. Goose Felt was ruled out early. Do we remember when that was? And then Ludo Jansing was ruled out twice, one May 6th. When was the other time? And where is this? Where did we find this information? We don't know. These information, James Ward and Amelia Mazer, no coding abilities. We don't know when or where this happened. And we don't know when Goose was ruled out, but that happened early, but we don't know where or when. All right, what does the chat? Anna says, just read the diary, don't get sidetracked, just like you said, what's happening. Jonathan says, DJs explain their logic on how they can eliminate the mole based on the first murder, even if the mole didn't commit the murder itself. They're assuming the mole was on the base. Very close to the murder to hide the body. You could still argue it's bad reason. I think maybe they're saying the mole is the murderer, but that they most likely were on the base right around the time of the murder. I guess, but I mean, first of all, maybe this is a bigger problem. Wow, this lead has got me upset now. First of all, now that I think about it, they don't know when the first murder happened. They know when they found the first body, but they don't have a date for the first murder. They found the body like half a year later, right? So how do we know when the murder happened? They don't know. They know when Rapier disappeared. That's true. All right, I'm going to resolve this a little bit more, and then we'll go back and try not to get sidelined. They do know when Rapier disappeared, and hopefully it's in our notes. Let us see. Percival Rapier disappeared in July 42. I guess that doesn't really help us, though. Well, if they're talking about that, we would still need to find Penny's note from March of 44 to find out who she's eliminated. Who did Penny eliminate in first week of March? What letter is that? Question mark. This is the person alibied by being off base during murder or disappearance. When have they found? So they found Percival Rapier on 1943, and they believe he was the first body. So she does know about that by now. By 43, they found Percival's body, so they must have pinned that to be the first murder. They haven't found... They've only found one body. Wait. Yeah, no, by 44, they found all three bodies. By the time she's writing this, in March of 44, they found all three bodies. And they know which one has got to be the earliest, I think. Although it's possible the third body found... No, Gretchen... The male civilian could be the first body, but they don't know who that is or when, so that's not relevant. Well, I am very bothered by the fact that that feels like we should have that letter from Penny where she ruled someone out. And it very much bothers me that we don't. Okay, let's take a look here. 4th of October from Penny is our Anton Ecker. So let me go to our notes here. Anton Ecker was ruled out in October 4, 1943. Letter from Penny, box 5. Could our spy be a censor? That was a message from Penny back in December 43. And then I have to fix what I'm doing now is I have to fix our problem where we didn't keep track of who we heard about from where. Okay, here's Goose Phelps, August of 1943. Okay, so going into our thing here, Goose Phelps, August 1943, from Penny to Quizzy, box 4. Udo Jansing. So the two that I don't have when we found out, the three, we've got a second ruling out of Eric Kruger, we've got a second ruling out of Udo Jansing, and we've got James Ward ruled out. Amelia's diaries have been taken. A Morse code message. Our second coded message, not attached to these. Must see you urgently need help with coded message. Okay, that's not ruling anyone out. That's not ruling anyone out. I don't think we were ruling anyone out at this early stage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm looking for the other times we ruled out people. I wonder if some of them were non-classified. Go backwards. 6th of May, that was our Ludo Jansen. We have recorded that. Joseph Cupers, did we record when he? Yes, April 13th. Okay. Okay. Okay, so this message was about the code. I don't know how to decode that. Okay. There's the fake information. I'm looking for more Ezekiel and Operation Spring. Okay, so this one here, Eric Kruger. Okay, so I'm going to note here that we've noted he was ruled out a Frederick Kruger in 1943 diary, but now Eric Kruger ruled out in letter from Penny, undated, but in box 8, Ezekiel letter, which seems to be 1944, because everything else in this box is from 1944. Well, this is very... Could this be the one that they've ruled out? Oh, it's definitely 1944 because she's talking about the D-Day paper. June. That would make this around June. So actually, I think we can narrow this down that this is June 1944. And here is the elimination of, is this like this? Here's the elimination of James Ward. Okay, so if I go back here, I can fill this in. James Ward, eliminated by Trent Park. This is happening on 21 September. Year unknown because they didn't fill in the year, but it is from box 7, so we can at least go back to that. And we don't care because we trust these people to eliminate. Okay, and here's our second ruling out of Voodoo. Good, at least we can fill that in. So our second ruling out of Voodoo Jansing was May 6th. And for some reason, these ruled out again February 11, 1943. From box 7. Is that everyone then? So if we've now got all the people and when they were ruled out and by who, then my brilliant idea to find who got ruled out in the diary is impossible to act on, because my idea was that whoever Penny heard from Penny, one more suspect cleared. So I was thinking, let's find the March 7 person she cleared. But if you look at this list here, and look for who she would have ruled out in communique before March 1944, there is no such letter. So that whole observation is useless to us because we don't know who she is clearing. And now we've got the bigger problem. We've got the other problem of this list being 7 here, and then earlier here she says 5 more. All right. Have we noted? I guess we've reached the end of this rabbit hole with nothing to show for it. But here I've made a note, and I have not accurately left the information useful for us to track it down. But now we're going to add it. March 7. Now talk of 7 on list. Is that right? Down to 7. Original had 12, and this is not right. This should say talk of 9 down to 5 on the suspect list. And I still have not written the information in our notes that we need. 1944 diary. Okay, so far in our 1944 diary, it's full of confusion. On January 26th, she's got the list down from 9 to 5. We don't know how she got 9 because we've seen the list that had 12 on it. Then, on March 7th, she says there's 7 on the list, down from 5, up from 5. Are they adding people to the list? And she mentions a letter that we can't find, where Penny eliminated someone inappropriately. All right, you can tell I'm getting angry. I'm getting frustrated. Let me catch up with the chat here. There's almost a year between when Raper disappeared and the note saying they found a body, so I don't know how they could pin down time of death. Perry says, well, they do know when he disappeared, so maybe that's talking about that. The note had been lost under Gretchen's bed for a year, though. We don't know how long. I guess we don't know when the body note was written. John says, I think the implication was that the body note was found by Gretchen during the mole hunt. Probably it's talking about Percival. It's from around that time. DJ Moneycut says, but you would think they would search the grounds when Raper went missing. DJ Moneycut says, the body note seemed to imply the body was out in the open where it would be seen. That's why he had to hide it. I'm not sure. John says, well, that probably just adds to the reasoning. The mole had to be on the base right at the time of the murder. If the murder mole was the first person to stumble on the body, I don't know that we can assume that. Maybe the body was found in the tunnels where the mole was hiding. I don't know. Harry says, found the same night Raper was killed. Otherwise, the body would already have been found. I don't think we can assume that. But Jonathan says, yeah, more I think about it, I'm pretty sure the game is saying there is sound reason for someone not being on base at the time of the murder, also not being the mole. Okay, well, if you assume that he found the body right when it was killed, the day it died, then you could rule out the mole. John says they're just making the assumption that Percival was murdered basically right after he was last seen, and the mole found the body pretty much immediately and then wrote the coded message. That's possible. And then DJ Moneycut says, my guess is when she said they eliminated 4 and have 5 left, she meant 8 left. Maybe. John says, was it handwritten? Did we just misread the number written? You're saying when we read in January. Well, it'd be good to know whether I'm supposed to be angry at the game or at myself. All right, so our notes say that January 26th. Let's see if we misread it. No, we definitely didn't misread it. She clearly spells out. We have ruled out 4. That leaves 5 more. All right, well, it doesn't, I don't know how to make sense of it, but let's take a break. I'll try to calm down and we'll come back and continue. Okay, we're going to try to calm down and appreciate this game and go through the diary and try to appreciate it. I feel like... Sarah, please. Every time I complain about the channel, I feel like I'm trying to like train everyone. So Perry says, I like the backgrounds for this game. Okay, don't know what that means. Do you mean the background video that was part of the official Kickstarter for Cozy Killer that I have nothing to do with? Do you mean the music? Do you mean the background context? Don't know. Okay, let's return. Let's take a deep breath. All right, so I focused on this as being the biggest, most important clue for the whole game that we've had so far, but that now appears to be not true for a whole variety of confusing reasons, including the size of the list being wrong, there not being a letter that appears to be from Penny around this time, and we don't know when the murder actually occurred. We don't know how they could know when the murder could occur, and so on. So I guess we throw our hands up. Let's continue reading and try not to get tricked into any more rabbit holes. Wednesday, March 8th. Carl intimated he may be going away for some time. He says he'll be in no danger, but said we may not be able to meet for a few weeks. He isn't sure when his new assignment will start. This is part of the assignment for Von Enns to make the fake escape. March 9th. Received word they're bringing General Von Enns from Trent Park to Latimer in a fortnight. We have a fortnight to get the tunnel strategy prepared. March 10th. Kendrick looks tired, reported to his office on site. Told me we needed to plan a picnic with the generals on the coast as the weather improved, fully escorted, of course. Aberfeldy will discuss over the weekend. March 11, Aberfeldy arrived with Generals Vogt, Oberst, Marquardt, talking about the Great British Spring. Suggested casually we might like to arrange a picnic as the weather improved. Aberfeldy came again today, and again we went through the picnic pantomime. Not sure when they have this planned, as weather is still quite miserable. Perhaps they are hoping for an early spring. This is the plan, to take them on a picnic, to see the troop build up, so that Von Enns will assume they're attacking Calais. Okay, and now we have an insert that we need to make sure we record where it was, in case that's important. So March 13 diary has an insert. It's the note from Carl with tears on it. Lizzie, I'm so sorry for how I reacted the last time we met. Just know you are my heart and my soul, and I would never do anything to hurt you. I'm breaking protocol to get this note to you, but I needed you to know that I love you and can't wait until I am home again and you're back in my arms. Okay, so this isn't the fight note. This is a different note that maybe Lizzie's going to talk about. Okay. Doesn't look coded, but it does look like it's got rain or tears on it. Okay. But if Carl is the spy, this could have all kinds of clues. Handwriting, paper it came from. Let's just put it aside for now. Let's see if she talks about it. Carl's still on leave. Okay. Went to Chalfont with Carl and had our pictures taken together. We're going to see these pictures before the end of this case, I assume, or in this diary. He leaves tomorrow for Hastings. I wanted to show his mother what I was like. He wanted to show his mother what I was like. I should probably send the photo I have of Carl to Mother, but he's going to be away for a long time. I want that photo with me. Wednesday, March 15th. Carl gone. He left a note behind on my pillow while I was at work. I've read his love letter 5 times already. I will write to him every day while he's away. Okay, so here is the letter he left on her pillow. 16. Oh, right. Okay. 16 of March. Posted a letter to Hastings this morning saying how much I was missing him already. I hope I bought enough stamps and he isn't gone away for too long. March 17. Received a letter from Carl today. Arrived just before I had to leave for London. He says his mother thinks I look lovely and can't wait to meet me. Carl's gone. Oh, this is where he was on leave. He was given 2 weeks leave or 10 days leave before his assignment. So he's going on this dangerous assignment with Von Enns, the fake escape. So before that, he's got leave for 10 days. So he's left her a note and he's with his mother and she's writing to him. Okay. And he's writing to her. Says his mother thinks I look lovely. Can't wait to meet me. 18 March. General Von Enns arrived today with General Vogt. This will be his last visit from Trent Park. Next time he comes, he'll be at Latimer and the plans will be in motion. I still do not like the man. March 19. Posted another letter to Carl today. I expect today's and yesterday's will arrive together and there may be a couple waiting for me at Latimer when I get back tomorrow. It's the weekend. I guess she's at Jasmine House. 20 March, Monday. Arrived back to find 2 letters from Carl on my bed. Read and reread both before writing a new one of my own back to him. He's been receiving my letters and says he waits for the postman every morning. 21 March. Got a letter this morning and Carl this afternoon. He called into the office and Townsend said I could take the afternoon off as the weather was good and my reports were up to date. 22 March. Carl said goodbye tonight as he left me. Goodbye. Not see you tomorrow. We had a very passionate kiss too. He told me not to worry. I think this is it. This is what he was preparing me for. 23 March. Latimer is at capacity again with 3 inmates to each room. Neely says listening is becoming increasingly difficult. Townsend said all part of the plan. I wonder where Carl is. March 24. General Von Enns arrived at Latimer today. Townsend had me listen in on headset as he settled in with new bunkmates. I picked him out easily because I knew the other 2 voices so well, General Habich and Carl. 25 March. Saw Generals Backer and Oberst from Trent, who remarked on General Von Enns being moved out. Didn't think anything of it. Was so pleased Carl was safe. Then I realized what his presence in the room would mean. She's now realized Carl is going to be escaping with Von Enns. 26 Sunday, General Vogel and Ziegler from Latimer. They were remarking to the girls on the new guests at Latimer. Carl is apparently posing as a captain from Scheiger Division. Scheiger Division. 27 March. Townsend pulled me aside on my return to let me know Carl would be attending with General Habich and General Von Enns this weekend. If she knew how awkward this would be, she didn't show it. Okay, so it wasn't a complete surprise. She was told a week ahead of time. I've done nothing but worry about the weekend all day. I've tried to read transcripts, but my mind is fully occupied by what Carl will think of me. Neely says it's no different from the work he's doing. 29 March. Tried my hardest to work today and not think about the weekend. It didn't work. I have his photograph in my diary. I wish I knew what he would say. Wow, we're going to see the photo. 30 March. I felt vaguely queasy all day. Neely knows what the matter is and is trying her best to calm me down. I feel worse than the first time I ran the operation back in the autumn of last year. Friday, here we go. Travel to London. Kendrick said Habich, Von Enns, and Carl will be here on the first night. Habich has been told to go with Helena again. What will Carl think? Saturday, April 1st, worst night of my life. Carl's face when he saw me, all made up and acting as Madam. It's just as well Habich and Von Enns were ahead of him and couldn't see it. Sunday. I wish I could see Carl to explain, but if he's the man they've put on the inside for fortitude, then I won't see him for months. I hate to think of him away in danger with all this unsaid between us. I mean, surely he understands this is an act. This is a setup location, so I can see why he would be surprised, but no, she's working. Called in to see Townsend after I asked Fred if he could get word to Carl. She has refused all contact. Says it's imperative Carl remains focused and nothing can interfere with the plans made. Tuesday, April 4th. Dorothy has been listening to General Von Enns, Haybitch, and Carl. She says he has not been challenged by Von Enns on his military status. Carl is passing himself off well as a general. April 5th. Plans being made for picnic weekend. There will be generals from Latimer and Trent Park, all the regular visitors to Jasmine. En route, the generals will see everything, all of it fake. April 6th. Went into London early to brief the Jasmine team. Any conversation about what is seen has to be led by the generals. The girls must do their best to appear disinterested. Friday, April 7th. Kendrick has arranged a few diversions en route to avoid military vehicles and a few convoys to convince Von Enns of the scope of the operation. April 8th. Weather bright for picnic. Girls and I packed a massive hamper of food under Aberfeldy's direction. We ate incredibly well, needless to say. My stomach is quite full. Seems strange seeing Carl and not talking. Sunday, April 9. Kendrick insisted I return to base to read through the listeners' reports. First set of transcripts already on my desk when I arrived. Appears our ruse was successful. April 10. Spent the day reviewing reports. General Von Enns and Haybitch and Carl appear to be on good terms. Carl is sowing seeds of doubt about the listening devices. I'm assuming this is part of the plan. Interesting. General Von Enns, Haybitch, and Carl have been walking the grounds. Carl remembers where the microphones are and has ensured they stop to talk in close proximity to the bushes. April 12. General Von Enns, Haybitch, and Carl will be at Jasmine again this weekend and the next. It's up to the girls to ensure details of the tunnel under the house are provided without arousing suspicion. We've seen the transcripts where that's being done. April 13. I've written a letter to Penny. I believe I've ruled out another candidate in the Meyer death. That's Gretchen Meyer's death. Townsend said Moore is keen we get this buttoned up before summer. Acrostic code isn't easy. So I'm just going to put on my notes on April 13, letter to Penny, ruling someone out. We can just confirm that's on our list, but we don't have to worry about it now. April 14. I've come down to London early with Kendrick to brief the team ahead of this weekend. Haybitch, Von Enns, and Carl arrive tomorrow. Ilsa, Hannah, Ursula, and Helena will be on duty. April 15. Ursula passed me a note Carl wrote for me while he was with her this evening. I wish I'd seen him to talk. It seems so unfair. I didn't ask for this. Neither of us did. Okay, well, we don't have that note. Unless it's this one. Is it this one, you think? My heart wasn't in it tonight. I did my best, but even Von Kistler noticed something amiss with my mood. Ursula said Carl wanted to see me, but she prevented it. Nothing could jeopardize the mission. 17 of April. Prioritize Jasmine report on Von Enns today. The other transcripts and reports will be done on Wednesday when I'm back at work. April 18. Day off. Seems strange to have a day to myself. I know where Carl is, but I can't see him. Neely's on duty. Dorothy also on duty. Walked into Chalfont and did some mending. April 19. Wish I had the foresight to have a written letter to Carl, but then I wouldn't have known which girl he would have gone with, if any. I would have had to write 4 letters. 20 of April. Kendrick sending Von Ens, Haybitch, and Carl back to Jasmine this weekend. Have spent the evening trying to write what I want to Carl. 21 April. Spent this evening writing the same letter 4 times. I'm not going to be caught out again. The girls can take a letter each and hide it in their rooms to show Carl if they receive him. So clearly Carl's not going to be sleeping with these girls. All the girls know that Carl, they're all in on it. They know Carl's Lizzie's boyfriend, so he's not sleeping with anyone. 22 Saturday, April. Not sure what to write, if anything. I love Carl more than ever. Thank God Von Ens chose first this evening. I owe him a debt. Does it mean that she got time to talk to Carl because Von Ens is in one of the rooms? 23 April. Had a dressing down from Kendrick this morning. He found out what went on last night. I have no regrets. It was worth it. It's all hot air. He cannot remove me from post. Okay, it sounds like what happened, the event that we heard about, we thought it was an incident, a fight between Carl and Lizzie, but it wasn't. This started a long time ago, and then finally she got a moment. Von Ens went in with someone, a girl, and then she pulled Carl to the side and had a long talk with him. And Kendrick found out, and he must have said, do you realize what kind of risk you just took? If Von Ens had left the room and seen you with Carl, it would have all been revealed. April 24. Townsend gave me another dressing down today. Felt much worse hearing it from her. No harm done, but she says Kendrick is talking about replacing me. April 25. Writing up reports today, wondering if these will be my last reports from Jasmine. If Kendrick replaces me front of house, will the new person also do all the transcripts? I hope so. 26 of April. I'm back on general duties. Townsend called me into her office today and made it official. Menzies insisted. I recommended Helena head up the project. She's reliable and the girls like her. 27 April. Neely came to find me. Helena was taking over. I told her not to worry. I was not comfortable in the role anyway. At least this way, when Carl returns to regular duties again, we can start afresh. 28 April, Friday. Townsend sent a stack of transcripts for me to review from Carl's room. I think she did it deliberately, a show of solidarity. 29 April, Saturday. Seems strange to be at Latimer at a weekend. It's been a long time since I was here for a Saturday. There's a dance in town. Dorothy took Jack. I stayed back and read a book. 30 April. Even though I was briefed about Alcade, the Fuhrer still took me by surprise this morning. Dorothy had only just got into bed. Klaxons and dogs, floodlights, the whole base was in an uproar. They're talking about the escape, the fake escape. All right, let me check in with the chat here. Anna thinks maybe they got pregnant at this point. Maybe this evening they went together, they got pregnant. It would make sense that they would get pregnant in this brothel. Not sure what to write, if anything. I love Carl more than ever. So maybe in our notes, we'll note that, that's a good catch, that the chat thinks maybe April 17 is when she got pregnant. Question mark. So maybe they're mad at her for sleeping with them and everything. Okay. End of April, the base is in an uproar with the Klaxons and stuff. Okay, yes, it was the escape. May 1st. Following the escape yesterday, the listeners have been... Okay, let's see what the chat wants. You noted the 22nd, but it said the 17th. Okay, let's see. Let's see. I would have to write 4 letters. She's writing. Spent the evening writing letters. 22nd is when it happened. So it is April 22nd that we think she got pregnant. Okay, maybe I said the 17th, but it was the 22nd. So we've got it right in our notes. Okay. All right, they're talking about the escape now. Following the escape, May 1st. Following the escape yesterday, the listeners have been recording all conversations. There are more transcripts to review than ever, each one containing some sort of reference to the escape. May 2nd. I wonder how long it will take Carl to reach Dover. It must be 100 miles. A week, too? I wonder what direction they'll take. May 3rd. I popped into the church after work today to say a prayer for Carl. This mission is not without risk. Kendrick has briefed everyone that needs to know, but there are farmers with guns in the home guard. They left in German military uniform. Their uniforms have turned up downriver at Batchworth. At least I don't have to worry about them being shot in uniform. May 5th. Townsend has me combing through transcripts for details on reinforcements at Calais. I think she is trying to take my mind off Carl. May 6th. Another weekend, Neely at Jasmine, Dorothy with Jack as long as she can be. Spent the weekend reviewing information for spring and managed to rule out another person. Wrote a message to Penny. Okay, so here she is. Coordinating a May 6th letter, Penny ruling out someone. These don't matter. All of these, if we find, she doesn't say anything about who she ruled out, but the one I wanted to find, I couldn't find. Okay. May 7th, Townsend called me into her office. Hey Bitch has been captured in Sheldwich. No news on Carl and Von Enns. Hey Bitch being returned to Latimer tomorrow. I wonder if she means captured, like planned capture. May 8th, have not heard anything from Townsend. Hey Bitch is not in the main interrogation rooms. No one knows where he's being kept. May 9th, Carl has been shot. He's in hospital in Folkestone. Townsend has agreed I can take leave to see him. I need a special permit to travel. The entire coastline is locked down to civilians. I leave tomorrow. May 10th. By the time I reached Folkestone, visiting hours at the hospital were over. The matron refused me admission. Nothing I could say or do would make her change her mind. May 11th, Thursday. Carl is well. He has a bullet wound in his leg, but should make a full recovery. Kendrick took him away for another debriefing. Carl was really tired on return and fell asleep straight away. Matron kicked me out. Friday, May 12th. Wheeled Carl out onto the ground so we could talk. Carl said Von Enns escaped in a dinghy with an outboard motor. Should be in France by now. Home guard very nearly cost him the mission. Carl had to improvise to draw their fire. Wow. May 13th. We'll have to return to Latimer tomorrow. Spent as much time as I could with Carl. Matron says they will transfer him nearer home next week. Wish they could transfer him nearer Latimer, but his mother is in Hastings. May 14th. Stopped in London on the way home. Called in on the Jasmine team just to say hello. My weekends are not the same without them, but I don't miss the work we were doing together. Boy, the bad stuff is going to happen soon. Realized I'm overdue. There we go. She realizes she's pregnant. 15 May. Neely says it's probably stress. It can do that. So can the other. Neely doesn't know about that. 16 May. There is talk that this time next month we'll have landed in France. They say the troops are moving to camps all over the south coast. There are men leaving the base at Latimer every day. May 17, Wednesday, received a letter from Carl. He's in Hastings now. His mother has agreed to post correspondence for him. He says he will be discharged within the week. May 18, still no sign. I will visit the doctors tomorrow. I haven't told Carl yet. I want to leave it confirmed. I want to have it confirmed first. I wonder what he will say. Well, she's definitely thinks she's pregnant. Yep, here we go. May 19, I'm pregnant. I have no idea how to tell Carl. I haven't told anyone yet, not even Neely. Doesn't feel real even to me. May 20, Saturday. I sat in church this afternoon looking for inspiration. Dorothy was with Jack. Neely is in London. I didn't pray. It's not really anything to do with God. I'll write to Carl tomorrow. 21, Sunday. I have written and posted a letter to Carl. He should get it on Tuesday. Once he knows, I will tell Neely and the others, and Mother. Oh my Lord, what on earth will Mother say? Been feeling on edge all day, May 22nd. Not sure if it is the first signs of the morning sickness everyone talks about or just nerves. I think probably just nerves. 23rd of May, Tuesday. Carl should have gotten the letter today. I wonder what he will think. What will he write? Will he be at home by now? What will he tell his mother? He said he would be discharged before the weekend. 24 May, Wednesday. Letter from Penny, but no news from Carl. The waiting has me all on edge. Perhaps he's thinking about what to write. 25 May, we're engaged. Carl's mother was horrified. He left hospital and traveled straight to see me, but he didn't tell her why. Thankfully, he's delighted at the baby, but we are keeping that a secret for now. Oh, that's so sweet. 26 May, Friday. Townsend passed on her congratulations to us, both about the engagement. Shared a lot of whiskey with us both in her office. I hadn't realized she kept a bottle in her desk. 27 May, Saturday. We spent the day together. There are spare beds all over Latimer now. The troops have moved out to support the invasion next month. I just have to be careful of his leg. 28 May, Sunday. Carl wants to introduce me to his mother, although he didn't tell her I was pregnant. Just asked for her mother's engagement ring. Just asked for her mother's engagement ring and said he had made a decision and wanted to propose. 29 May. Townsend refused to leave. She said with the invasion plans, they can't spare anyone from Latimer. She has also asked Carl whether he feels fit to return to duty. 30 May, Tuesday. Carl's written to his mother. It's the best we can do given the circumstances. We have sent her a photo of us both together. Carl to be on light duties while he heals. 31 May, Wednesday. Carl's helping out the listening team for now. It's nice to be working together again in the same building. I find an excuse now and again to pop in there to pick up transcripts and give his shoulder a squeeze. June 1, Thursday. Called in for a meeting with Moore and Kendrick. Operation Spring is to be stepped up. I suggested Carl be briefed in. He has already proven his trustworthiness. They agreed. June 2nd, Friday. So nice to be able to sit down with Carl, knowing that there are no secrets between us. He looks at me from time to time, and I know he's thinking about the baby. It feels strange, yet good somehow. Saturday, the 3rd of June. The village felt empty today. Usually it's full of soldiers, but Latimer is all but clear of everyone but listeners now. I wonder how they feel knowing the invasion is soon. June 4, Sunday. Spent the afternoon with Carl on the riverbank. The weather is very changeable at the moment and not really the sort to picnic on, lie out on a blanket, but we made the best of it. June 5, Monday. Townsend reviewing room allocations at Latimer today with listeners. With the invasion plan, they are expecting new prisoners. Habich is being trained as a stool pigeon in preparation. 6th of June, D-Day. It is sobering knowing so many are risking so much while Carl and I work in safety here at Latimer. On the coast in Normandy, people are losing their lives while we sit secure. June 7, Wednesday. D-Day declared a success by the papers. Not that they would say anything else. I wonder how much of what we hear is accurate. I won't know until the new prisoners arrive. June 8, Thursday. Carl's leg is playing up today. He says it's nothing. Nearly left for Jasmine duties tonight. London still will seem strange without all the soldiers. June 9, Friday. We've been shipping out prisoners all day. There are now 20 empty rooms at Latimer. The engineers have been in to check all the devices while the rooms are empty. June 10. First prisoner's transport arrived today. Carl drafted into the rooms as a wounded officer, a role he can play well. I'm back on the headphones. June 11, Sunday. Carl removed from duty today as his wound has reopened. He insists all is okay, but the medics say he's not fit to return to work just yet. The wound is infected and weeping. June 12, Monday. Carl sent to London to see a specialist. He plans to stay the night with friends on Grove Road. Looks like she's crying to me. June 13, Carl didn't return to base. There are reports of a rocket attack in London. Perhaps he's helping recovery operations there. Carl would never leave anyone in distress. June 14, Wednesday, Carl is dead. No entry on the 15th. June 16, Friday. I've written to Carl's mother. Didn't really know what to say. I haven't even met. I will go and visit as soon as I can get leave. June 17. Townsend has requested I return to work as they're short-staffed. I feel just hollow inside and angry too. Seems it was a V-1 rocket, one of those rockets we've been warning them about for bloody months. June 18, Sunday. Dorothy insisted I come to church with her. She said it would bring some comfort. It didn't. June 19, Monday. There is to be a memorial for Carl at the base. The funeral will take place in Hastings. They're shipping his body there. Apparently his family have a plot in the cemetery. June 20, Tuesday. Letter from Carl's mother. The funeral is to be the 28th of June. She's invited me to stay at their house. I need to get permission to travel to the coast. 21 June. General Habich attended Carl's memorial today. He got to know Carl well during the mission. He says Carl loved me very much and talked about me all the time. Oh boy, here we go. 22nd June, Thursday. I really don't know how it happened. I think I must have taken leave of my senses. Habich apologized after we had finished. He says it is grief. It does strange things. I feel like I have betrayed Carl. Okay, so there it is. Now we know what happened. Right after Carl died, she slept with Habich. He says it's grief. It does strange things. I feel like I have betrayed Carl. 23rd of June, Friday, was sick this morning. Morning sickness or just the realization of what I did yesterday? How could I? Carl isn't even buried yet. 24 June, Saturday. Packed my case, ready to travel to Hastings for the funeral. Dorothy loaned me her black skirt and Neely gave me her black handbag. At least my waist hasn't expanded yet. 25 June. Townsend approved leave and provided a letter for the military police guarding the coastline. I leave on the 27th. So I'd be curious what the channel thinks of this event of her sleeping with Haybitch. To me, this feels like a reasonable incident. Carl and Lizzie were fully, really in love in wartime. He's just been killed, and she's basically out of her mind with grief, being consoled by this person, Haybitch, who there's some chemistry with. And in this terrible grief, she's looked for comfort. So Anna doesn't agree that this is believable, but I think it is. Anna says it's not believable. Anna says, Haybitch seduced her. It's not believable. I don't think seducing is the right word. He genuinely liked Carl. He was genuinely Carl's friend. He genuinely has always liked her. And they have a moment of extreme grief, insanity in wartime. And she wants something to block out the pain. And it just happened. So I believe it could happen in real life. Okay. Let us continue. So Townsend approves leave. Now, I want to see if they see his body at the funeral. 26 June, Monday. Threw up again this morning. Dorothy looked at me strangely but said nothing. I think she suspects, period. I avoided Haybitch. I know he will want to talk. I can't face him. 27 June. Carl's mother is lovely. She treated me like the daughter she never had. We spent the night looking through photos of Carl as a boy. I didn't tell her about the baby. It didn't seem the right time. 28 June, Wednesday. The funeral was as difficult as I thought it would be. Everyone brought something for the wake. No one has enough rations to feed everyone. 29 June, Thursday. I didn't find the right time to tell Carl's mother. Carl was the only one who knew about his baby. Telling someone else means I lose that last link. I feel bad leaving her, but I didn't have any more leave. No mention of whether she saw the body at the funeral. That's suspicious to me. 30 June, Townsend came through to see how I was today. I wonder if she's lost someone this war. Operation Spring is moving to the next stage. Penny will be visiting next week. Saturday, dry toast and nothing to drink. Kept the sickness at bay this morning. Not that there's much of an option right now. The bread is dry even when fresh. I think it's the milk in the tea that sets me off. July 2nd, Sunday. Sat in church mainly for something to do. Dorothy was pleased to see me there, says it will be a comfort, but it isn't. It was when Carl was there. July 3rd, Monday. Was called into a meeting with Townsend, asked for my opinion of General Haybitch. She must have seen me color, but said nothing. I told her that Carl trusted him. Spring personnel meet Wednesday. So Spring is the spy hunt, right? Spring is our previously named Ezekiel, which is now Ezekiel and Spring are the same thing. They're the hunting the spies and the dead body. Okay. Spring personnel meet Wednesday. Tuesday, had to rush to the bathroom at 11 today. Morning sickness worse than usual. Apparently a V1 hit Chesham on Sunday night. That's the closest one to Latimer. Wednesday, July 5th. Lovely to see Penny. Spent an hour sobbing on her shoulder over lunch. Told her about the pregnancy. She looked horrified but covered it quickly. She's the first who knows. Thursday, July 6th. Strange to think it's a whole month since D-Day. Things don't seem to have changed very much. I miss Carl. Sometimes I pretend he's in a room and someone else is listening to his voice on the headsets. July 7. A report crossed my desk with Carl's writing on it today. Had to leave the room for a few minutes. Townsend found me sobbing in the bathroom. I told her I was pregnant. Don't know why, it just fell out. July 8th, Saturday. Volunteered for extra listening duties to give me something to fill my time with. It's easier to keep busy. July 9, Sunday. Threw up at tea break. Fortunately, got to the bathroom in time. Franz said I shouldn't have overdone it in the village last night. Maybe it's not so obvious as I think. July 10, called into a meeting with Townsend and Kendrick. Kendrick knows about the pregnancy, also knows I slept with Haybitch. Haybitch must have told someone. They want me to meet with more. 11, Tuesday, Penny wrote, wishes she was nearer, says Rupert passes on his love. 12, July, Wednesday, bumped into Haybitch in the corridor today. He was most apologetic and flushed red. He looks better out of his German uniform, more comfortable. 13 July. Met with Townsend, Kendrick, and more. They have left me to think about their proposal. I don't know what to think. Feels like a betrayal. My first instinct is no, but they've asked me to think about it. July 14. I've been thinking about the proposal on and off all day. I plan to refuse. I owe it to Carl and to his mother. July 15, Saturday. Spent day helping out in the WRVS at camp, nearly in London. Dorothy out with Jack. I will have to tell them about the baby soon. Dorothy is already suspicious. 16 of July. Haybitch in church. From the back, he looks very like Carl sat there. July. Told them no. They asked me to take another few days to think it over. No is not a word Kendrick accepts easily. 18 July, Tuesday. Saw Haybitch in the canteen. He's been billeted with the other men. They seem wary of him, but are being friendly. I wonder who has Carl's bed now. 19 July. Carl moved me to room 19, recognized Haybitch's voice. He's in there with another officer trying to draw out information on defenses further inland. 20 July. Must be easier for Haybitch to draw out the men. He's an officer. Carl was only ever pretending. I wonder if he likes being back in his old uniform. 21 July. Someone has attempted to assassinate Hitler. About time. Shame it didn't work. Okay, that must have been Operation Valkyrie. 22 July. Townsend says her sister threw up for the first time 15 weeks of her pregnancy. I hope I don't last that long. She hopes her sickness doesn't last that long. 23 July. I had to rush out to throw up in the corner of the cemetery during communion. Dorothy asked outright. I told her I was pregnant. I think she disapproves. Neely was excited for me when she found out. 24 July. Neely has started knitting a white blanket for the baby. Dorothy is crocheting a shawl. They both returned with white wool from the village store today. I can't believe I hadn't thought to knit. 25 July. Received my green ration book today. It seems pointless having extra rations if I throw them all up, but I suppose some may stay down. 26 July. Haybitch off duty. I met him in the canteen and he asked if I would like to go for a walk. I agreed. I thought it would clear the air between us. It has. 27 July. Went for another stroll with Stefan. Now she's referring to him by his first name, Stefan. We talked about Carl the entire time. I suppose it's easier for him as he only knew Carl as a short time. No one else mentions him. It was nice to talk. 28 July, Friday. I hadn't realized how excluded I felt. Suddenly now the girls know about the baby. We have something to talk about again. Death takes more away than just the person you love. People avoid you. 29 July. Took another walk with Stefan today. Perhaps in another life, in another time, there could have been something naturally between us. But knowing it's what Kendrick wants, I'm not sure I can do it. 30 July, Sunday. Neely returned from Jasmine. The girls were asking after me and have sent their love and a cute little vest set for the baby. 31 July. Checkup at doctor's. I'm doing well. They say the morning sickness will likely pass soon enough. Mine isn't severe, but they've asked me to ensure I use all my ration allowance to help the baby grow. August 1st, Tuesday. Met with Kendrick and Moore. Told them I would not do what they wanted. I'm happy to do my duty, but the baby is Carl's. August 2nd, Wednesday. Called into a meeting with Moore. He doesn't trust Stalin, and America feels very strongly that this war will not end well. They are already talking about how to divide Europe. August 3rd, Kendrick, Moore, and Townsend suggested an alternative to their first proposal. Have left me another week to consider. August 4th, I think I felt the baby move for the first time. I could be wrong. It might just be gas. I don't know until I feel it again. I won't know until I feel it again. August 5th, Saturday, I think I'm getting a little thicker at the waist. My waistband is beginning to feel tight. August 6th, Sunday. Dorothy looked at me in church today and said I was standing differently. She thinks I'm beginning to show. The vicar said nothing, though. I wonder if Dorothy has told him. August 7th. I think I may need to start letting out my skirt soon. Struggled to fasten my top button. August 8th. Stefan looked at me strangely today. I wonder if it's true I'm beginning to show. Soon everyone will know. August 9. Have written to Carl's mother and told her about the baby. I thought it was time. I am past the danger point, and there is no denying the baby is growing within me. A piece of her son. August 10. Another flutter. Dorothy said her sister said it was like feeling two butterflies flapping inside. I think it feels like bubbles popping. August 11, Friday. Had a letter back from Carl's mother. She says she would like me to visit. She still has Carl's christening robe and would like me to have it. Saturday, August 12th. B rockets continue to hit London almost every day. I hope Neely and the team at Jasmine are okay. She says the bombs are mainly falling south of the river. August 13. Glad to be working rather than in church this Sunday. The vicar's sermons on chastity are getting a little pointed. August 14, Monday. First briefing with Stefan on diphtheria. It is clear they have planned something like this for some time, and we're just waiting for the right people. I wonder if they would have asked me if Carl was alive. Okay, so this is Operation Diphtheria. August 15th, Stefan found me today to privately ask if I was happy with the proposal. Not sure happiness comes into it. 16 August, Stefan saw me side on today. I told him the baby was Carl's. He looked relieved. Stefan saw me sick. What does it say? Anyway, he sees that she's pregnant. Townsend has granted me leave to visit Carl's mother. I have to be back on Monday. Side on. Oh, Stefan saw me side on today. Saw her from the profile. She says it's not yours, it's Carl's. He looked relieved. That's interesting why he's relieved. August 18th, Friday. London looks a mess. Had to go through there to pick up the connecting line to Hastings. The bombs are doing terrible damage. August 19th. Carl's mom is terribly sweet. She remembers being pregnant with Carl and has told me all sorts of funny stories. Apparently, he managed to kick over all the dishes on the drainer at just 8 months. August 20, Sunday. I felt sad leaving Carl's mother, but my job is important to the war effort, and she appreciates that I am to write weekly with updates. I really should tell my own mother. Monday, August 21st. We had a general arrive from Caen today. Perhaps it will not be too long before Paris is liberated. August 21, felt another flutter today, and for the first time I didn't start the day feeling sick. Perhaps it's finally lifting. August 23, Stefan and I are to be sent to Baker Street for special training together. If the war goes to plan, we may be shipped out next year. 24th, Thursday. Felt nauseous this morning, but wasn't actually sick. Stefan is back in room 18 working with a general who arrived yesterday on prisoner transport. 25 August. Wireless reported Paris had been liberated this evening. A cheer went up in the canteen when the news was read out. 26 August. Dorothy out at a dance tonight and Neely in London. Spent the evening knitting a cardigan of my own for the bump. I wonder if it will be a girl or a boy. 27 August. I wish I was better at knitting. Spent most of today unpicking everything I knitted yesterday. Maybe I should try again when Neely's around to supervise. August 28. Neely says more bombs are hitting the south and east of London now. Large areas there are just rubble now. 29 of August. Heard General Weber talking about a new type of rocket, heavier, better targeting, more fuel. Would be able to travel further, possibly hit Moscow. 30 August. Stefan came around this evening with a gift for me from London. Some buttons for the cardigan he knows I'm trying to knit. I wonder who told him. Apparently he went to Baker Street today to meet Menzies. So they're training him on cryptography and spycraft. I guess they're going to plant him back in Germany, maybe as a liaison with Europe or something. They're going to use him as a resource. 31 August, got a letter back from mother. She was not happy. She didn't even know about our engagement, and then to find out he's dead and I'm pregnant in the same letter. I think it was too much for her. September 1st, Friday. Not sure what, if anything, to write back to mother. I can't very well put the baby back. And Carl's death was not my fault. She should blame Hitler, not me. Everything is broken. September 2nd, Dorothy out with Jack again. They still haven't done more than kiss. She's really swallowed the whole chastity thing and regurgitates it at a moment's notice when she spots me walking into the room. September 3rd, Sunday. Stefan insisted I accompany him to church. I cried during the service. They sang one of the hymns we had at Carl's funeral. Yikes. September 4. I felt the baby move against my skin today, a very strange feeling, but not unpleasant. It's definitely getting much stronger now, and I'm convinced it's a boy. I felt him pressing outwards, all knees and elbows, just like Carl. September 5, Neely says it's a girl. Apparently, they have started a sweepstakes in the office. Neely has me for 7.3 pounds. Dorothy has 8 pounds. Oh, it's not that big. September 6th, I've been issued with a new uniform. It needs taking in at the moment, but Townsend assures me I will need the full width of material towards the end. September 7th, glad I spent yesterday creating some folds in the new skirt. It was much more comfortable today. Wrote a letter to mother. I hope I can mend things. Carl would have married me. This war put a stop to that. September 8th, Friday. Penny visited out of the blue today. She brought a blanket with her and a yellow flower on it that she'd made herself. September 9th. Took a walk with Stefan along the river. Chatted about Carl and the baby in Germany. He speaks fondly of home. He says his parents will like me. September 10. Neely says there's been a new type of rocket over London. Apparently you can't hear them coming. They just explode. Terrifying. September 11, received a telegram. Mother is dead. She passed away in the night. I'm very sad, but I lost so much with Carl I can't grieve as deeply as I feel I should. September 12, Tuesday. I have to travel home to organize the funeral. Townsend has granted me leave. I catch the train tomorrow. September 13. Seems strange being at home without Mother. There's so much to do. Mrs. Brown has been a godsend. We have collected the death certificate, arranged the funeral, and put a notice in the paper. September 14th, found all the letters I had ever written to Mother, carefully tied up with ribbons in a hat box, along with all the family photos. Cried for her. Cried for Carl. Cried for Father, too. Feel absolutely drained. September 15th, Friday. Mrs. Brown and I spent the day sorting through Mother's clothing. I hadn't realized she'd kept all of Father's suits. Mrs. Brown has taken a few for her boys for when they come back. They'll need taking in. September 16th, Saturday. I've received a lot of cards of condolences from the neighbors. I wish I had known how Mother truly felt about the baby before she passed. Had she forgiven me? September 17, Sunday. Mrs. Brown mentioned the baby today. She said Mother had told her about it. One of Mrs. Brown's sons was a war baby. I hadn't realized. She said Mother had received my letter. Monday, September 18. Found Mother's knitting bag today. In it was a pattern for a set of frilly nappy covers. She'd made a start on them already. Perhaps things would have been mended between us. Cried over the knitting. September 19, Tuesday. Had the funeral today. She was well loved by everyone in the street, and it was a good turnout, both at the church and on the street as the hearse went past. The house was crowded for the wake. She will be missed by so many. Wednesday. The scorzonera is far too young to be harvested from the garden, but I did manage to pick a few carrots. Mrs. Brown said she will look after the garden for me until I could get home after the war. I told her to help herself to anything she wanted. Be silly to see it all go to waste. September 21. Everyone was lovely back at base. I hope this is it for me. 2 deaths is in such a short space of time. I know things come in threes. Do they really? But I don't think my heart could cope with another. September 22nd. Stefan called by my desk today with a small posy of flowers. Not sure where he found some, still in bloom, but perhaps if you're determined enough, you can find anything. 23 September, Saturday. Big excitement today. They've surrendered in Boulogne. I expect when I go back in tomorrow, they will be busy shuffling the rooms around to make room for new arrivals. 24 September, accompanied Stefan to church again. He appears very devout, and yet I know he isn't as chaste as he would like the vicar and others to believe. I saw him stealing a few glances at me during the service. September 25, Monday. He's been kicking me on and off all day. I've had to rush to the bathroom more than once as he used my bladder as a football. Neely and Dorothy both left him shuffling about. 26 September. Stefan and I called into a meeting with Moore, Menzies, and Kendrick. I have refused to leave the baby in England. It will be coming with me. Stefan agreed. Wednesday, September 27th. I think he loves me. I don't know how I feel about that. Carl only died 3 months ago, and I'm not ready to let him go just yet. I can see the way he looks at me. Do I love him? Could I love him? 28 September. Kendrick believes the war will be over by this time next year, and a new war, one of intelligence against the Soviets, will begin. Things are difficult between Stalin and Churchill, Roosevelt acting as peacemaker for now. September 29th, Friday. Stefan doesn't trust Stalin. I forget he saw the massacre at Katyn firsthand. He's an obvious choice for Operation Diptera. 30 September, Saturday. Stefan asked me if I could love him today. I said I couldn't answer that, not while Carl's baby was still growing inside me. It isn't necessary for the mission. October 1st, Sunday, they've surrendered in Calais. It was announced on the World Service. Perhaps Kendrick is right. Perhaps the war will be over within the year. Okay, let's take a break after we check in with the chat. John says, I guess it's appropriate for a spy story to question the intelligence agency's morals occasionally. I don't like how it feels they're taking advantage of Lizzie's grief to convince her to dedicate the rest of her life to spying with the guy she sort of knows. Well, it doesn't feel unrealistic to me. At least this part doesn't. I'll see you in 8 minutes. We are back, heading into the final quarter of this diary here. There's some very interesting thing that's happening in the chat at this point, discussing morality and believability. And there seems to be a little bit of a cleavage in the channel, in the chat, and with me regarding whether this is psychologically believable given the circumstances, and a little bit of a debate on one hand, what's moral, what's immoral, and then what's believable and what's not. DJ Moneycut says, did they come up with a theory about what the lights were at the graveyard? No, I don't think so. And then there's a little bit of talk here about, I guess both these two issues are getting are interwoven, but it would be interesting to hear where people come down differently. The claim that, well, this was wartime, but afterwards they want her to spy on the Russians when the war is over, and people saying, well, but this was war. To convince someone to do this spying after war, it's going to feel like a whole different thing and not so important. But all of these people have to have in their mind that this should never happen again. Like, we have to get spies out there to prevent us from almost losing another war in the future. So in some sense, this war is now, it's clear they're going to win it. But if you're these intelligence chiefs, rightly or wrongly, you're thinking about the next war. And you're thinking about, I got to get our stuff in place so that we never find ourselves in this position again. After all, that's what the intelligence services are trying to prevent, right? They're trying to get early information so they don't find themselves caught flat-footed. So in their minds, they have to be thinking, planting generals to spy on the Russians is more important than anything we're doing now. The war is going to be won. This war is going to be won on military efforts at this point. But they're worried about the next world war. And then as far as believability, Lizzie, I mean, she's got to be like some 18, 19-year-old girl. It's war. Everything has gone insane. You think you might be your last days on Earth. You've met a boy, slept with him for the first time, planned to get engaged. He's been killed. You're pregnant. I mean, you're in you're in an unreal situation. Everything is unreal. Everything that's going on in your life is completely unreal. The world is at war. You're listening in on breeding farms of Aryan race. You're listening in on concentration camps. You realize your life could be over at any minute, that life is short. It's unreality. I don't think you can predict how people would react in those kinds of situations. And you're hearing about these atrocities, and you're now a single mother, an unwed mother with a baby with no father. That's got to be going on in your mind too. And here's someone who loves you, who you have feelings for. There's some chemistry. I don't think you should judge Lizzie too harshly. You could judge the intelligence operators who are trying to put her on this mission, but they're convincing themselves that there's bigger issues at stake. Okay. Stefan doesn't trust Stalin, and he's a church-going man, and she's had time to watch Hey Bitch and know that he's a good man. He doesn't want to sleep with the women, even though probably he's not married. He's church-going man, etc. Okay, so perhaps this war will be over within the year. Here we are in October. October 2nd. Penny squealed when she saw me today. She says I'm glowing. Maybe I am. I'm considering calling him Carl. If a girl, Carla. October 3rd. Had to let out my waistband tonight. Carl's getting bigger. Strange to think I must be halfway through this pregnancy now. Perhaps Carl will be born into a world free from war. Wouldn't that be good? October 4. The rockets are continuing to hit London. I think it's the silence of the attacks that scares everyone. The doodle bugs you could hear coming and get to safety. These new ones just hit, no warning at all. October 5th. Townsend is sending me to London for 2 weeks training with Baker Street before I get too big. I've asked if I can stay at Jasmine with the other girls from Baker Street rather than in the barracks. She has agreed. Neely and Dorothy out for a night of dancing. I haven't anything to wear that would be suitable, and I need to spend the weekend taking out my shirt somehow. October 7, Saturday. I received a letter from Carl's mother today. She says she's been saving her coupons for fabric so she can sew some clothing for the baby. I've not told her about Mother yet. I think she would want to know. October 8th. Spent the morning in church with Stefan. He took me for a stroll in the afternoon along the riverbank where Carl and I used to walk. He asked if I would like to be married before the baby arrives. I said not. He looked disappointed. 9 October. Ursula is pregnant. She doesn't know which general was responsible, but she doesn't want to take any risks regarding getting rid of the baby. She asked me how I felt. I told her. She hasn't told Kendrick yet. Not sure what this means. She doesn't want to take any risks regarding getting rid of the baby. I guess that means she doesn't want to get rid of the baby. October 10, went out for tea with the Jasmine girls. Helena is doing a good job. They all still feel like a family and say the new arrivals at Trent Park are easy to draw out. October 11, spent the day learning about guns. I've never liked them, but I can now take one apart and clean it and put it back together. Thursday, October 12, apparently gun drill will be every day until I'm faster. Hope I don't ever need one. Friday, October 13. We are not to marry no matter what Stefan wants. I am to travel as his whore from England. I'm not sure how I feel about my cover story. The Jasmine team say I should get over it. They have known worse. So she's refusing to marry, but she is going to travel as his whore. She's in the intelligence services for real now. But maybe that's a better situation for her. She's like, I can't pretend, but I can live in a home by myself and operate under this cover story. October 14, Saturday. Nearly surprised to see me still at Jasmine. I stayed out of the way during operation. I can hardly act front of house looking like I do. Sunday, October 15. The girls were all talking about a general called Scholes tonight. Apparently he's from the SS. October 16. We have had reports the V2s are also targeting Antwerp. I suppose it was only a matter of time before they decided to try and target the ports we're using in Europe. October 17. I'm learning about dead drops and coded messages. Penny and I are already fairly fluent in coding and decoding, but transmitting other than by letter is new. 18 October. I am to learn Russian. I can recognize it, but I am no means fluent in reading, writing, or speaking. I will be getting tuition at Baker Street until the baby arrives next year. Thursday, October 19. I'm nearly 6 months. I have little stretch marks appearing around my hips. Hildegard said her mother used to use egg whites and fat on hers. I don't have enough of that either to waste. 20 October, Friday. I watched Stefan being put through his paces on the obstacle course outside. Thankfully, I am exempt from that at the moment. But Suki says once I have given birth, they will make me run the course. 21 October. I'm continuing with all my studies. I have to recite poetry in Russian every morning, even if I don't fully understand the meaning. Good way to learn the pattern to the language. I hate poetry in any language. 22 of October. Stefan insisted I go with him to a church in London. Stefan prefers the high church. It was all bells and incense. I couldn't imagine Carl in a place like that, nor Mother. I miss them both still. 23 October. Had to keep rushing out to the loo today. Carl was pushing in all the wrong directions. If it wasn't my bladder, it was my rib cage getting a stretch. I think he feels squashed in there. 24 October. Ursula joined me at Baker Street today. It seems Kendrick found out about the pregnancy and offered her the same opportunity as me. She seems keen, but hasn't yet been introduced to her partner. 25 October, finally. Someone just as bad as Russian as I am. Thank goodness for Ursula. I feel so much less of a dunce in class now. 26 October. Carl's birthday today. Cried on and off all day. Wrote a letter to his mother earlier this week as I knew she would find today hard too. October 27, Friday. Another weekend looming at Jasmine. The girls are all getting ready. Ursula's happy to be working behind the scenes. She has good ears and will be manning the headphones with Neely. 28 October. It does seem strange just keeping out of the way in the basement at weekends, knowing what is going on upstairs, but I'm glad of the rest. My feet are swelling now and again, and with no other girls around, I can rest them on a chair. 29 Sunday, October. Showed Ursula what I did with my skirt to make the waistband adjustable. She thinks she'll do the same when she has enough coupons saved for fabric. She's enjoying the extra rations her green book affords. 30th of October. A bomb hit pretty close last night. The sooner the Allies can reach the launch sites, the better. Someone gave up a cushion for me when they saw I was pregnant last night, which was sweet. There are some advantages to being large. 31 October. I didn't know they were sending tools to the POWs in game boxes. The Boffins really have worked hard getting maps and tools into Cluedo and Monopoly and the like. I wonder if the Red Cross know what they're delivering and how many have escaped using them. I'm nearly as fast as the others now at assembling guns. I think she's talking about she's learning that when the Allies send games to their prisoners of war, this is one technique they use. Put tools and maps into board game boxes. That's probably all real true story. November 1st. I'm nearly as fast as the others now at assembling guns. My stomach gets in the way a little bit. If I drop anything, at least it doesn't fall to the floor. Carl catches it for me. November 2. Carl doesn't like the gunshot noises. I think the bangs scare him. He jumps every time I fire. It's a little off-putting. November 3rd, Friday. I thought I'd be back in Latimer by now, but I'm beginning to wonder if this baby will arrive in London. November 4. Kendrick visited Jasmine today. He says they are creating a nursery floor in Latimer. I asked why, and he said Mila is also pregnant. She hasn't told anyone yet. So they're having all the girls start to get pregnant now. This is their plan. November 5. Spoke to Mila today. She confirmed it. She's terribly upset. I told her I thought she would make a lovely mother. I suppose it was inevitable, given the role of Jasmine, that something like this would occur. November 6th. The girls all rallied around, and we took Mila out for tea and spoiled her. She knows which general it was, but Kendrick plans to use the pregnancy to turn bolts to our side. So it's a different general, but they're going to pretend it's one of the others. November 7th. Stefan took me out for dinner tonight. He has heard about Mila and Ursula and said he was glad he knew the baby was Carl's and that I had stuck to my principles. The others aren't being given that option. He's glad she told him the truth about who it was. November 8th. Helena is visiting Trent Park this evening to discuss Ursula's pregnancy with the quote-unquote father. Kendrick hopes this new tie will make him more willing to disclose information that could help our side stop the bombs hitting London. 9 November. Stefan and I are learning hand signals and body language that we can use in the field. He watches me the way Carl used to. I know he has feelings for me. November 10th. Sometimes I read through the front of the diary and wonder what my life would have been like if Carl hadn't gone to London that weekend. Would we both be at Baker Street, or would we have had married quarters in Chalfont? November 11th, Saturday. Received another letter from Carl's mother asking about the pregnancy. Apparently, when she was pregnant with Carl, she had all sorts of contractions around now. November 12th. Feel like I've spent the weekend doing little more than lying around like a wet fish. I feel so heavy. I'm glad I wasn't this pregnant in the summer. Everything is such an effort. November 1944. 13th of the month, Monday. The doctors confirmed it. It's not twins, and said I'll get much bigger yet. I can't imagine being any bigger than I am now. Carl's just bouncing around more than ever, elbows and feet stretching in opposite directions. November 14th. Let out my skirt again. Had a strange craving for the coal in the fire, but Ursula forbade me from eating any. She burned some toast for me instead. Said that would be more nutritious and would taste the same. 15 November. Ursula and I started the day with scrambled eggs. Well, I say eggs, if you can call all that powdered stuff eggs. It's meant to be good for the baby. It certainly wasn't good for us. Ursula is in the sicky stage. The eggs didn't do her any good at all. November 16. My Russian is improving. It's still not fluent, but I can understand the gist of the Russian newspapers they place in front of me now. November 17. We have a companion at Jasmine. I don't know where he came from, but I suppose he must have survived a bomb blast. I think he's a terrier or possibly some sort of cross. We've called him Freddie. 18 November. There is something to be said for a dog making a home. We're all giving up a bit of our rations to keep him. Kendrick doesn't know about him, but there's no reason he should find out. He's house-trained and quiet. November 19. I turned my sewing to a dog bed today. There were some spare curtains being sold off from a recent bomb site, and I asked for some straw from a local stables. Freddie looks comfortable on his new bed. November 20. Freddie follows me everywhere around the house. I think he knows there's something special about me. Sometimes I look up from my sewing at night and see him watching my stomach with a strange expression on his face. November 21. I had a go at drawing Freddie today. Carl was always the sketch artist, but I'm pleased with the result. It's not perfect, but captures him well. Okay, that's the picture she sent to Penny that we got. No mention of putting a secret message in his eyes, by the way. 22 Wednesday. Stefan popped round to see Freddie after our lessons at Baker Street today. He clearly likes dogs, possibly more than he likes people. Freddie liked him too. He told me he grew up with a hound back in Leipzig. 23 November. They've told me I need to start thinking in Russian. I should move out of Jasmine and in with some Russian speakers to perfect my accent, accuracy, and speed in the language. But I don't want to leave the girls just yet. November 24, Friday. It appears I am to be given no choice. I will have to leave the Jasmine team and Freddie, but it seems my life is not my own anymore. November 25. There was a direct hit on Woolworths in New Cross today. There were casualties everywhere. It's by far the worst bomb to have hit. November 26th, Sunday. I move out tomorrow. We had one big meal out before Jasmine opened for business this evening. I will miss the girls. November 27th, Monday. I have moved into a Baker Street residence. Actually, Stefan and I have moved in together. They've given us one room. They say we need to get used to acting as a couple. There are 2 Russian families all living together, Stefan and I. Ahia, or whatever her Russian name is also pregnant. She showed me her ankles today and complained about something I didn't catch. Strange sharing a room with a man I don't really know. Stefan is rather uncomfortable as we are not wed. I'm also not the same size I was the last time, and the bed is quite small. He insists on sleeping on the floor. Gallant to the last. November 30, Thursday. It's bitter today. Stefan's joints all cracked as he stood up. I feel terribly guilty sleeping in the only bed. You can see where this is going. Bitterly cold today. Couldn't let Stefan sleep on the floor again. It just isn't fair. I insisted he sleep on the bed tonight. We can keep a sheet between us, but at least we'll remain warmer together. December 2nd. Woke with Stefan's arms around me. I moved before he woke up. It didn't feel wrong. Does that make me a bad person? December 3rd, Sunday. The family talks slowly when we are with them, so we understand them. Stefan insisted we went to the Russian church this morning with them. My Russian is good enough to feel guilty. December 4. The doctor says the baby's doing fine. Returned home to find Stefan had installed Freddie at the house. He says I looked like I needed a friend. That's pretty sweet. December 5. Today I learned how to make pelmeni. Ahara says, I still need plenty of practice, but I'm teachable. How kind of her. December 6. Kendrick tells me I need a new name. I cannot continue as Lizzie when we move. I must have something more traditional for the East. December 7. Kendrick refused Stefan's request to marry me. They had a big argument over it. Stefan now also not speaking to me. I wasn't even consulted. Stefan is balking at the idea of going back to Germany and pretending he has a whore in tow. He wants to be properly married and he loves her. December 8. We still aren't speaking. It's making life at the house awkward, not least because of the bed. Why should I agree to marry him? It's not like I love him. December 9. Bomb landed very close. Woke up lying in the hallway, front door swinging open. At least the windows survived the blast. How? I don't know. Doctor said I have a minor concussion, but the baby is still moving, and he assured me everything was okay. Nevertheless, I've been sent to bed for a few days to rest. December 10. Stefan talking to me now. He loves me. He forgets I love Carl so much. I still love Carl. I cannot consider marrying Stefan until Carl Jr. is born. Even then, I don't know if I will love him the same. December 11. Met up with Emma and Iga for lunch. Such a relief not to have to speak Russian. Stefan is even insisting we speak to each other in Russian now. 12th of December. Christmas decorations are up. Newspaper, paper chains, and a tree with tinsel and baubles. It looks very festive. I love the smell. December 13, Wednesday. Knitting socks again. I wasn't sure I would still be able to. Last time I knitted socks, they were for Carl, but poor Stefan is in desperate need, and sometimes a sock is just a sock. I can't avoid everything. December 14, there's a small parcel for me under the tree. I know it's from Stefan as I recognize his handwriting. I wonder what he's got for me. December 15, exhausted. Spent the day practicing, following, and being followed. We must have walked miles through London. December 16, one sock finished. I think I dropped a few stitches as it didn't quite work at the end. Looks passable, but I think I may have underestimated the wool I needed. December 17, Sunday. Went back to Jasmine this morning to see if anyone had some spare yarn to finish off the socks. Ilsa passed me some very similar, but you can see where I change. Too late now. December 18. My wrists are sore from knitting and writing. I see him looking at me in the firelight, and I wonder if I will ever make him truly happy. December 19. Townsend asked me today if I wanted to keep the baby. What did she think I would do? Leave him in England while I went to Europe? December 20. Sent a small parcel to Carl's mother. With my own mother dead, she's the last of what I would call family, and only because of Carl. December 21. Stefan talked about his family today. It's the first time he's mentioned them to me. His mother is dead, His 2 brothers are also dead. They were in the Luftwaffe. His father lives alone. His mother was Jewish. That explains a lot. December 22nd, Friday. London feels a lot more hopeful this Christmas. I think everyone thinks this may be our last year of the war. The news bulletin tells us troops are making progress every day. The news is always good. Long may it continue. December 23. Feels strange knowing that back at Latimer, Neely and Dorothy are still listening to prisoners while Stefan and I train for the next phase of the war. Well, Dorothy anyway. Neely will be in Jasmine today. 24, Sunday of December, Christmas Eve. Called in at Jasmine today with gifts for the girls. Just some Russian biscuits I've learned to make. We're missing a few ingredients and there's less sugar than they should have, but they tasted good. Christmas Day, Stefan kissed me and we made love this morning. My Christmas gift to him. I know he loves me. He's a good man. He's not Carl, but I cannot live forever in the past. December 26th, Tuesday. Stefan talked of marriage today. I know Kendrick doesn't want us to marry, but I know it would make Stefan happy. We will marry quietly, just 2 witnesses. No one need know. Received a letter from Penny today. She and Rupert got engaged. Christmas Day. The old romantic. But then, I suppose we did too. 28 December. Carl is terribly fidgety today. I feel like a punch bag. He only settled down when Stefan started to sing a song his mother sang him as a child. December 29. Kendrick called in at the house and spoke to Aria to see how our language skills were progressing. The way they speak to us, I thought none of them could speak English at all. Turns out that wasn't true. We've passed. And she's written her last couple entries here in Russian. And then there's 2 items here, which I should have remarked when I moved them. I think they were about here. Okay, so let's look at what we've got. So we've got some Russian entries that we can try using Google Lens to translate. And then we've got this, you're my queen, I guess, Queen of Hearts. Feels like there's some creasing going on, but I don't know what this is about. She doesn't mention that Carl gave her anything, but maybe it's going to say it here. And then we've got a Russian note here. What does this say? Dear Super Sleuth, we know handwriting can be difficult to read, so we've included a typed copy of Lizzie's final diary entry. Okay, a little bit of breaking the 3rd wall here, but they're basically saying because you have a hard time reading this, here's a translation of it. I don't know why they had to do this. Why shouldn't they have just said the National Archives have translated this for us? All right, so that's the end of the diary. Let's see if we can't get Google Translate to Google Lens to translate this so we don't have to type it. Maybe I can do it without turning it. Let's see. I have to hold it far enough away. Let's see, is that going to work? Oh, sorry, you can't see that. Okay, so it's translating here. It says Saturday, the 30th of December. Today we got married, a small formality, but we received a marriage certificate indicating my real name. Habich doesn't mind. I will never use this evidence, but it is nice to know that it exists. I will never use this evidence. I guess she's talking about the birth certificate. Sunday, I can't even believe the whole year has passed. So much has changed during this time. Carl, mother, child, Habich, war. I wonder what next year will bring. We want to wait until midnight and meet him. Tomorrow I will start a new diary. I wonder what next year will bring. We want to wait until midnight and meet him. I'm not sure what that means. It sounds like it might be a translation issue. Maybe she's just saying we want to wait till the new year. Okay, and no mention. There's the original Russian, and it's going to click in and translate it any moment now. Okay. So we don't know where this card comes. Does anyone remember? Were we told about this card at some point and I've forgotten? Let's check in with the chat. DJ Moneycut says if she gets into trouble, she can use the baby as a shield. I'm not sure what that's about, but I should have taken. I did take. It does have a screenshot. Let's see if we can save it. Okay, so let's see. Saturday we got married, a small formality, but we received a marriage certificate indicating my real name. I see. So she's got her real name on the marriage certificate if she ever has to prove her identity. I think that's what she's talking about. And then she's talking about the last year. I wanted to wait until midnight and meet him tomorrow starting. I'm not sure what this midnight thing. And that's it. So while we sit here and talk for a little bit, I guess I'll assemble this. Wasn't something on the back of the playing card looked like a pattern? Well, let me show you. It looks like the card is creased up a bit. So you were saying, is there some pattern? No, maybe you're right. Maybe there is a pattern here that I was too quick to. Yeah, I think you're right. There is a pattern. So it is a bit creased, but you're right that there's a pattern here. There's some drawing connecting some dots. Okay, good catch. Shame on me for not spending some time on that. Okay, so what have we got here? Is it Morse code again? It looks like there's a dot, dash. Is it dot, dash, dot, dash, dash, and then a word break, and then dot, dash, dash, word break, dash, 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 word break, dash. Is that what it is? Is it Morse code going around the edge? A little weird that there's something here, but on the rest of the interior doesn't seem like there is. Well, let's see if it is Morse code. Really? Shame on me for not having these sites down. There's no reason I should be searching for Morse code every time we need to search Morse code. I should know where one is that's not full of ads. But here we are with the ad-filled one. Okay, so I apologize that you've got all these damn ads. All right, so if we do it like this, what do we think might be going on here? I have to put this up where I can see it. So we think dot. Is that its own word though? Seems like that should be its own word. Then dash, dot, dash, dash, then a word break. Oh, word break, dash, dot, dash, dash, word break, letter break, then dash, dot, dot, dash, dash, dot, word break, letter break, dash, 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 break, dash, break, or I guess that would be dot, dot. So I'm just trying to see, we've got like a dot by itself. This looks like it might be dash, dot, dash, dash, which would mean that any break would be a letter break. So this would be one word. So I started from here, a dot by itself. Then I went dash, dot, dash, dash, break, dot, dash, dash, dot, break, dash, 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 break, dot, dot, break. Then we would have dash, dot, break, and dash, break. And I can't see this here. Then dash, dot, 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 break, dot, break, dot, dash, break. No, dot, dash, dot, break, and dot, break. Now we're going up this edge here, which would be dash, dot, break, dash, break, dot, dash. Point parenta. We don't know where it starts either. So I started here, but it might not start here. Well, maybe we should think it probably starts here. If this card is the right side up, it would make more sense for it to start here. So where was that? I started here. So if we back up, where is that? It was dot, dash, dot, dash dot dash dot. So probably everything from here to here is supposed to be here. Did that work? Did it paste? Oh, come on, guys. Okay, there we go. Entry point, BER. Okay, so thank God this is working. Okay, and now it makes sense that the line continues here. So we've got dot, dash, dot, dot, break, dot, dot. Uh-huh. And then a break, and then dash, dot. Okay. Okay, well, thankfully that wasn't too painful. Good catch, Anna. This is sloppiness that I look at this card and I'm like, we're done with it. That's a shame. Thank God I have you guys to save me with these things. Okay, entry point Berlin. Let's write that out on a note. Entry point Berlin. It hardly seems like that any secret message for us. And that whole last 2/3 of the diary, never another mention of the spy. That's kind of bizarre. Like, we're on the spy hunt. That feels like that was our whole mission. After we got past the first month or so in this diary, it was like not important anymore. Nothing. Very odd. Very odd. Okay, I'm going to... it doesn't feel like there's anything else to figure out in this diary. We've made a couple notes that we'll keep track of about it. But I'm going to assemble these gears. Anna says, could it be an entry point into the Enigma machine? I don't think so, but possibly. So I'm going to assemble this while we talk in the chat. Let me see if I can't put this on screen for you guys while you talk amongst yourselves. I mean, we'll all talk together. You want to go up and get new tea. Oops. That's fine too. Well, there's our items. It looks like it's going to come together kind of nicely. If I had to guess, I would guess that we know the order, but we can always change that later. So let's put it together. Let's see. We've got a washer. How many washers do we have? One for each? Yes. Okay. Let's see. 3, 4, 5. And 5. Okay, so we have one on either side of the wood. All right, let's talk in the chat while I'm doing this. Anything that we have to solve, that we have to resolve from the... Of course, we don't know I don't know if it should be this way, this way. So if it's this way, I guess probably doesn't. I guess it doesn't matter for this purposes. I don't know if there's a better way to do this. All right, so I'm guessing it's this way. We'll have to take these off if it turns out not to be. Now, why am I guessing it's this way? Does anyone else have any other intuitions? It feels like 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 4 zeros, and then the full one. It feels like that's the right order, but there's really no way to know, I don't think. Does anyone else have different intuitions about... Well, we were guessing that you still need... Yes, this is another clue that there's a top missing, because these caps don't go on they stop before they reach the gear. They're not nuts. What's the name of this kind of nut that has a cap on the top? I don't know what it's called. It's not a regular nut. It's not a hex. Well, it is a hex, but it's got a little cap. All right, let me just put these on. Actually, they do go down all the way. And actually, you might be able to make the opposite case, that there's no room for them to have something on the top. All right, well, we don't know. I suppose you could say... Oops, too tight. All right. I suppose you wouldn't need Windows if you just said you read the one that's at the top. Right? So this would be IUWII. We don't know yet, but we've assembled it to have available. No one is speaking up that they have a different theory for... Did I do the DUEAL? No, I didn't. I wonder if I should. I didn't match up where the DUA... What did I say DUA matches up with? We wrote it down somewhere. The C is suspicious. It seems like a weird choice. I agree. I just put them in randomly, but I guess we'll put them in the right order. All right, so our message about the DUA was DUA goes with what? Did the message say? Was it a GN? Where was it? Okay, so here was our message, UALGE. So UAL should match up with the GE. Has to be on this wheel, right? Yeah. Okay. So this wheel, the UAL matched up with GE, assuming this is in the right order. Okay, and then it's been pointed out that the SEE, which we may have to double check to make sure we didn't make a translation error, but I believe that's right. Spring. So it either says CUALGE or this SEE is significant. Now, if it was SE goes to an E, actually we do have an SE over here. So if we brought this over to the E over here, SE goes to E, that would be a reasonable guess. That would give us a unique arrangement of these three. It would still not tell us how to align these two, though. But I think that's all we can do for today. I don't believe we have any outstanding information that gives us more wheels or how to read it. Surely that's going to be in the last box. All right, let me deal with this insurrection here in the chat. John says, I might be giving it an unfavorable read, but to me, these are some creepy elements to the whole Haybitch thing. Anna says, I agree, Jonathan. Creepy and sick, this whole thing with Stefan, but they sell it as romantic and setting up happily ever after. We know East German spy's life was sunshine and rainbows after all. I think that's being too harsh here. I think we're dealing with an adult story and adult spy story. People have to compromise their morals. Well, leave aside they have to. This is not passing a moral judgment on anything, but people find themselves in uncomfortable situations, and especially during wartime, making imperfect decisions and finding love where they can find it. And to me, this is not an unbelievable way. I mean, in the scope of games and stories, the idea that these two wouldn't find and give each other comfort over a period of time of months of getting to know each other. John says, I think Haybitch comes off as manipulative to some extent. That is not how I see it. I really do not read it that way. That's not how it reads to me. But I mean, I completely get why you're saying that. But I guess from my perspective, it sounds like here is a German officer who probably had big misgivings about the war, saw most of his family killed during it, is a religious person, probably trying to act ethically, won't sleep with women out of wedlock, as much, at least resists it, and has found himself falling in love with Lizzie and is trying to be as respectful as possible, while still trying to win her over because he's in love with her and he's a good man. But you might disagree with it. It's sort of become one of the more interesting elements of this game, that there seems to be a little bit of a divide about people's feelings on morality. This is like a real story that has stirred up some feelings. Like, Anna is not happy with this story, which I get. DJ Moneycut says, it seems like Lizzie lost interest in the murderer mole. So how is that going to wrap up? I agree with that. That's the weird part to me. Where's the focus on the mole? Harry says, no more manipulative than Lizzie dreaming up a spy bordello to recruit women to serve the Nazis. It's true. She did come up with this idea. Anna says, they didn't write it as manipulative, but it totally is. Jonathan's right, but it's deep psychology, so let it go. Okay, so I guess that's it. I mean, it's been a 4.5 hour session, so I guess we're going to end it tonight here. We will meet again tomorrow night at 11 p.m. Central Standard Time, our normal time. We will open our final box, which we think may have a lid to this. Let me see now. Yeah, maybe there's enough room under these nuts to have a lid. Regardless, it will surely give us the final piece of this and tell us how to read the message off it. And maybe we're going to get a final message from Lizzie in Germany to tell us what's going on. I don't know how it's going to end. Surely they're going to find the mole. Were we supposed to identify the mole? It's not clear what our responsibility here is. It's also very odd to me. We're going to have a lot to talk about when we finish. Maybe overnight, give some thought to your final thoughts on this game so that when we do play the final session tomorrow night, we're going to have plenty of time and we're going to want to spend some time talking about it. But one thing I'm really struck by is how, if you wanted us to be sure that Carl was dead, you could have done that, right? You could have had her see the dead body at the funeral. The fact that she hasn't seen the body really feels like the game wants us to not be sure if Carl's dead. So I'd be curious to hear what the channel thinks about whether they think Carl is alive or not. Let's see. John says, should we try to have some final theory about the mole or the murderer before the next session? DJ Moneycut says, I think the list is down to 2 or 3, but we know nothing about them. Well, Anna's got critique. Let's wait until the end to really finally decide. But is she going to run into Carl in Germany? Is that what's going to happen? But if he's a Russian spy, he would defect to Russia. I think Carl's going to still be alive, is my guess. And the mole has to be Carl. From a story standpoint, you can't very well have the finale be a mole be someone we've never met. That means the mole has to be Carl. All right, I've made my bet. The mole is Carl and he's not dead. That is my final piece of the story. I'm curious to hear again. I wouldn't mind seeing again what the fake information they're giving the mole is, though. I forget where we were told that. Let's make sure we don't forget to translate this message. Here's the information they're passing to the mole. They don't say, huh? I thought we were told what it was. They've decided what information, but this doesn't say it. But we saw somewhere. I'm afraid that the spies have gotten rid of Carl. I'm afraid that Townsend and Menzies have gotten rid of Carl, sent him on a mission just to free up Lizzie. But that would be beyond cruel. Right? Anna says, why would Carl be in Germany? Yeah, I agree. He wouldn't be in Germany. I guess he would be in Russia if he was a Russian mole. Jonathan says, what names are left? It is weird that we haven't gotten these last names. If Carl is ruled out, then it's either Stefan Wines or Gunther Fischer, people we've never heard of. But we still have one more box. Maybe the box is going to tell us which of those two it is. Maybe Townsend is the spy. If so, everything is pointless. All right, does anyone want to get on the record their final thoughts, final predictions? I mean, we'll get a chance to talk about it tomorrow, so why don't you just sleep on it? Sleep on it till tomorrow, and we can discuss our theories before we open the next box. We were told it wasn't Carl, so it would be unfair if it's him. I agree, but it's hard to know how the designers are planning this finale. But we do have one more box. We don't know what's in it. We don't know how much. Is it just going to be a summary? Is it going to be more stuff for us to figure out? Clearly, there's more left to do, though. All right. It's kind of exciting to see how this wraps up. I'll see you tomorrow, same time, same station. We'll discuss our theories. We'll open the box. And then we'll talk about our thoughts on the experience. If you've been joining me, I would really like to hear your thoughts about this game when we get to the end. This has been a very unusual, interesting experience. I'm still not sure how I feel. Hopefully, we'll know by the end of tomorrow. See you then.